Hey guys, Ryan here at Signature Edits, and inside of this Lightroom tutorial, we're going to take a look at editing a full wedding from start to finish. So hold on to your seatbelts, we're going to do this thing, and surprise, it's going to be a wedding that I actually shot a few years ago. So I'm going to be able to show you what I did then, what I would do now, and hopefully prevent you from making some of the same mistakes that I made and just bypass all of that learning. Are you ready? Let's do it. All right, so we are editing Stephen and Jenny's, that's an interesting name, Jenny's wedding from 2015. We're going to look at it together. Just let me show you some of these exports. So you can see how far I have come as a person and as a photographer. You can see the photos themselves, actually, there's a lot of really good moments in here, but wow, the edits, right? Just unbelievable. It's just HDR to the max. I had recently discovered saturation, I guess. I had no idea what white balance was. And at the time, I thought these were amazing. I seriously thought I was the best photographer around. No room to improve. And the problem is when you edit your photos with super strong edits, not only do they look just kind of weird to begin with, but if they were cool at the time, a couple years down the road, trust me, they are no longer cool. And what's interesting is you're going to see how inconsistent these edits are as you're just scrolling through. Well, as I'm scrolling through, let's jump ahead. Look at those greens. Just ultra neon green forest we've got going. Just everything was so inconsistent. That's one of the biggest differences I've seen in my work, and I see in different photographers' works. As you grow as a photographer, you kind of get a sense of, okay, I'm just pushing things too far here, and you kind of get more consistent with your work. Your edits aren't so all over the place. Here I was using Visco Lightroom presets, and I just had no idea what to use. So I would use one preset on one photo, and then I use a totally different one on another one. You can see totally different colors going on. Some are green, some are brown. Couldn't make up my mind. So we're going to take a look at this wedding. The actual wedding, the photos themselves are quite beautiful. I loved this particular event. It's going to be awesome. Let me walk you through my process. So I'm going to start by culling the photos. That's the first step to actually editing any wedding, any session with lots of photos, is you need to cull down the keepers from the not keepers. So in this case, I've got a hodgepodge of organization. That's another thing that I have improved on greatly since this wedding. Nowadays, I put all of my photos into a folder called RAWs. And then inside of that RAWs folder, I'm going to have two folders. I'm going to have one that's called Selects and one that's called Rejects. But we'll actually make that later. So for now, let's just move all of these RAW photos into this folder. So we're going to grab, let's actually open a new Finder window. Bada bing, bada boom. Also, if you can do me a big favor, hit that like button while you're just waiting for me to do this. Be a big help. Helps the Instagram algorithm overlords. It just helps me to help and reach more people. So I would literally go through, after the wedding, I grab the cards and I back everything up that day. That's the most important part about your entire workflow, is making sure you don't lose your images and they're all backed up. See how I'm expanding the folders just to double check that I got everything? Perfect. Okay, so I know that that is now empty. I'm going to go into this one. I'm going to grab all those. Command A to select all of them. Click and drag. Okay. One more down. What else do we got here? That might actually be all of them. Let's just double check. Ah, see, there you go. Crafty. And in this case, I've got some duplicates. We're just going to skip those. All right, so we've got our RAWs. I'm going to use Photo Mechanic to cull them. And the reason I'm using Photo Mechanic instead of just doing this in Lightroom is because Photo Mechanic is a lot faster switching between photos. So you can see I can scroll really quickly, select the ones I want to keep and the ones I want to get rid of. I don't have to wait for it to load. Whereas Lightroom takes a lot longer to load, so I'd highly suggest spending the bit of money on Photo Mechanic. If that's too much for you, I think it's about $100. You can actually use, there's a free program out there that I did a review on. Just put in Photo Mechanic Alternative or check my channel. I've got a review on it and just explain how to use that. Okay, so what's my culling process? Well, I'm going to go through everything. By default is going to be a reject. I'm not going to use it. I'm going to mark it as a use this photo with a 1. That's just my process. It's either a keep or a don't keep. I don't try and rate it 5, 4, 3, 2, something like that. I'm just going to do a keep or a not keep. So we're going to go through here and as quick as I can, edit these. So again, nowadays, I would never take photos quite like this. For starters, it's outdoors and just kind of weird they're getting changed outside. So that's a great moment, but because it's blurry, I'm not going to keep it. That's okay. That one I like better than this. And this is the groom right here. So I'm going to focus on the photos with him, right? I'm going to keep more of him than of anybody else if I have oodles to choose from. These are all great. Okay, so that was a pretty quick groom prep. Good. Nice detail shots. Perfect. Now, how do you tell what to keep and what not to keep? Well, different people have different rules. Personally, I'm going to keep anything that's not out of focus or a duplicate. So like these two photos, I'm going to keep one of these. I'm going to keep this one because I like it better. Everything else kind of gets captured and kept because that's part of the day. Like this lady setting up these petals on the seat, that's part of the day. Writing the just married on the car, part of the day. All of the guests, right? I'm not going to call out photos of the guests, even if the photo itself isn't like a wow photo. To them, it's going to mean something. And that's something that I didn't really realize until after I got married, is that all those photos of, you know, grandpa or your friends or whatever it is, that one's out of focus, so I'm not going to keep it. They really do matter. And as a photographer at the time, I thought, if it's not of the wedding party and it's not something beautiful, I'm just not going to bother. But nowadays, I realize, having been married, I wish I had a lot more photos than I did. Truly do. So that's just how I do it. A lot of people will do it differently. But I figure, you know what, it really doesn't take me a lot more time to edit those extra 20 photos, and down the road, that might mean a lot to my clients. So that's kind of what I try to do. If it were me, what would I want? That's what I do for them. So you can see I'm reasonably quick. I'm not at 100% speed here because I'm also focusing on, let's actually zoom in on these photos and just make sure that we're in focus. Grab the one that's more in focus. Yeah, they're about the same. I'm not going as quick as I would otherwise, partially because I'm talking and I want to make sure I do a decent job. That was a pretty quick ceremony, huh? I should also mention, if you're wondering, like, why aren't there more photos of, you know, the aisle or the ceremony walk or whatever? Oh, that's a good point. I think I have two different cameras and I need to make sure that I have them organized so that both are showing and I don't go through one camera's and then into another. See how the ceremony's down here, but it's also way up here. These cameras have different sync times, so I'm going to have to adjust them. Thank you for reminding me, dear viewer. I was going to say the reason I have less photos is because I call in camera, but as it turns out, it's actually because I didn't take the time to make sure my images were synced together. So let's go in here. We're going to grab all of these files from the second camera and make sure that they're lined up with the first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for a moment that I know both photographers, myself and my second shooter, Levi, would have captured. So we're going to find the kiss photo. Typically that's going to be in there for both sides. Okay, here's a kiss. So I'm going to mark that with a 5. Now I'm going to go up here to our kiss from Levi's angle. If he got it. Dun, dun, dun. Looks like no. Let's just keep going. Oh, he did. Perfect. So that I'm also going to mark as a 5. Okay. I'm going to take note of the capture time. So this is 9:32 a.m. on May 31st. Now I'm going to go and find the other green photo and just see what the capture time is on this. It's at 4:32 a.m. on June the 1st. So I'm going to need to add 5 hours and subtract a day, it looks like. The other one was May 31st, right? Double check. Yes. So I'm going to add 5 hours and subtract a day to this camera's photos. And what I'm going to do now, get all my photos back, scroll to the top of this second camera's photos, which is here. Good. Now we're going to go up here to Tools, Adjust Capture Times. Now Lightroom has the exact same thing if you need it. I think it's in Photo Edit Capture Time. But it's pretty much the same thing. You're just going to adjust it, and we're going to take everything. We said we're going to add 5 hours, and we're going to subtract a day. So it's May 31st. Okay. Something is still not right. Let's see what happens. Okay, so now theoretically these should line up with each other. Looks good. Let's find just our green photos and compare our times. That's 9:31, that's 9:32. Okay, Now we can go back. Don't be like me. That definitely cost us some time. You want to make sure that you do this at the very beginning. That was a newbie mistake. So now I have to go back and cull the bride prep photos. I was wondering where those went. So we're just going to grab the nicest ones real quick. I got here nice and early, so I actually had the chance to take a bunch of different detail shots. It's not often that you look back at a wedding and you're like, man, that's a really nice wedding that I still like the photos from. You know? Okay, so that's the entire bride prep. You can tell it was pretty quick because I cull in camera as I'm going throughout the day whenever I have a chance to go through and actually, trim some out. I will do that. It's actually kind of a cool photo in a way. I might keep that. So most of these bride prep photos should just go in. The way that I do it in camera is if I have 5 photos that are all the same, I will keep 2 of them. And of course, I'll zoom in to make sure they're in focus and cull it just like I would on a computer. Okay, so this one, kind of awkward, just the position of her neck. But that one's better. So I'll get rid of that maybe. Yeah, we'll see. I'll decide later. Okay, that's lovely. I like that. I like that. Okay, so this this smile is much more genuine to me than this one. So we'll keep both of those. Okay. Make sure everyone's eyes are open and in focus. It looks like bridesmaid on the left here is not in focus, which is unfortunate. We're going to have to fix that later, I guess. Okay, and then we did individuals. A swoosh. Very good, very good. All right, now we're just going to be back where we were, pretty much. This was such a cute wedding. If this has been helpful for you so far and you haven't hit the like button and you haven't left a comment, do me a favor and do one of those. Tell me a funny joke. Say, this is a comment. Ryan, your hair is amazing. Whatever you need to say. We're all thinking it. I know. You can let it out. Okay. Now we're rocking. I was kind of wondering why there weren't many photos of the aisle walk and all that stuff. It makes a lot more sense when you know that, okay, there was a whole camera missing. That's kind of just a weird photo, like the angle, but yeah, it is what it is. That's nice. So again, I'm not being super picky here because I know I can always go back through for a second pass, and that's when I'll get rid of more of them. Now, this I normally wouldn't keep, but because I know the officiant is actually Stephen's dad, I'm going to keep the photo of the officiant in focus. Normally I don't focus too much on officiant photos. That's going to be really harsh to edit, just the way the sun's falling, so I'm not even going to keep that one because we have lots of other ones from the other direction. Great. That one maybe. We'll try it. And again, the nice part is I actually know a lot of the guests at this wedding because it was some friends of mine. So it's nice because it's easier for me to be able to tell when a photo is important and who is important and who is less so. It can be kind of tricky on the actual wedding day to know. That's why I tend to, whenever possible, by the end of the day, my goal is to have a photo of every single guest. Simply because you don't know who's important and who's not. So better to play it safe than sorry. And I figure if I'm there, like especially if it's a wedding of under, say, 150 people, this is out of focus. Hopefully there's one that's in. Looks like no. Oh well. So with those group photos, I'm going to check them out later in Lightroom. Nice. Now the way I shoot group shots has changed a little bit. You can see that this one was taken with a 70 to 200 lens, I think. Looks like it at least. And the problem with that is you're going to have just more issues with depth of field, and you have to get farther away. It's harder to shoot large groups, yada yada. So now I would recommend using a 50 if possible. You don't want to necessarily use a 35 because then you get some warping, especially if people are on the heavier side. It can emphasize certain things that maybe you don't want to emphasize. But at the same time, that wider lens, just everything is more in focus. You don't have to deal with that. And it has a slimming effect to it as well. Like if you ever watch one of those little videos where they have different focal lengths compared, it's amazing how much slimmer a face can look sometimes with a 35mm. So learning how your lenses affect your different photos will make a big difference for you. Okay, so this is where obviously my style has changed a lot. Not that I hate these photos, but they're just kind of, very cheesy, very set up. Now I aim for more stuff like this, just getting them to actually do stuff and interact. I find that just a lot better than doing the actual pose stuff like this. I would rather have them, play around or just laugh with each other or talk or whatever, rather than the super posed, super set up stuff. That's cute. All right. This is out in Vernon, BC, Canada. I love this shot. Canoes are the best. Hit the like button if you like canoes, and leave me a comment if you like canoes. I think that's important. That's a decent ask, right? I showed you a canoe photo. That's the least you can do. And if there's any questions you have, always leave them in the comments. I'll be happy to let you know what my input is on said question. As I was saying, this is at Ellison Park in Vernon, BC, Canada, which is where I grew up and occasionally live in. Okay, so I don't need to keep several photos of each of the ladies. We'll just keep the one nice one of each, or these laughter shots, of course. Cute, good. Okay. So again, I'm shooting on it. It looks like there's a 63, so this must be on a 2470. Not a big fan. I like a 35. In the forest, you're going to capture more of the trees in the background and whatever. I think also going somewhere in between, like you want it to be tight, but you also don't want it to be this wide. Sorry, what I meant was a little bit wider than this. Not quite as wide as that. Ah, well. I think they're still pretty great photos. I'm proud of me 5 years ago. For what I knew, it's okay. Want to hear a really funny story? The couple for this wedding actually paid me in cash. Up front, they paid a deposit and then they paid in cash. And then, oh magical watcher of this video, I had the cash and I put it into my photography bag. Well, I got home at the end of the day, and wouldn't you know it, at some point during this photo shoot in this park, I put down my bag and the cash must have fallen out, wasn't zipped up. I do not know. So I actually shot this wedding for free. So moral of the story is, should you shoot for free? I guess yes. Sometimes yes. Actually, absolutely yes. Just building your portfolio is awesome and gaining the experience. That's one thing I don't get. People will pay to go to university for 4 years. But then when someone suggests you do a little bit of work for free to gain experience, to learn the same way you'd learn if you did an apprenticeship or went to train to be a doctor or a nurse or whatever, right? You do that for free, or you pay to do it. Whereas this, people say, no, you shouldn't ever shoot for free. Well, if you're not that good and you need the experience, I personally think it's a great way to get it. Build your portfolio, all that good stuff. Okay, I'm going to have way too many photos because I'm just taking too many as I'm not paying attention, but oh well. Oh well. Okay, so that'll get rid of, this looks good, that looks okay-ish, that's better. I'm definitely keeping more photos than back when I originally shot this wedding, for the simple reason that my idea of what is a good photo has changed. As you can tell from, just some of the framing and some of the cropping and stuff in here is just, what was I thinking? And also just the fact that now I know, okay, this will actually edit well, this won't edit well. The light at this reception was so interesting because it is harsh, but at the same time, everything seems to be sort of like HDR to begin with in camera. It was just kind of interesting. Okay. So again, years ago, I wouldn't have kept these two photos. Well, I probably wouldn't have kept either of them, but now it's like, well, I know those are friends of them. They were added to the guest list by the couple. They were in charge of the speeches. Obviously, they're important, so we're going to want to include all that stuff. We don't need 5 photos of every single speaker. So there's a little speck right here. I only have 1 photo of the bride, Jenny, but if I had 2 of this moment, I would try and get the one without the speck. Just save myself a little time in editing. Good, good. That's a great photo. Okay, I think we're almost there, people. We have almost called this wedding. Then we got to do the fun part, which is call it a second time. Just kidding. I don't know if I'll make you watch me do that. Nobody needs that. Although apparently a lot of people actually watch these kind of videos while they're editing, and it's like we're editing buddies. So if I am your editing buddy right now, first off, let me tell you how honored I am to be your editing buddy. And second, leave me a comment to let me know that we're editing together across time and space. Okay, I think I'm almost there at this point. You know, when you do an earlier reception like this, they actually did brunch, which, by the way, is just genius. When you do an earlier reception, it's so nice having light. It just makes editing these photos much easier. Maybe not as cool as party photos, where you have really cool lighting, but heck, I like it. Something different. Okay, so what I've done is I've gotten rid of all of the photos I didn't say yes to by hitting this little tab to hide everything except what I've marked as pink. Selected them all by pressing Command A, and we've got 96 photos. Now I could go through really quick here and make a second pass just to see if there's any duplicates that sort of stand out. And anything that looks like I've got too much of it, like I got 2 of these guys, I think that one I'll get rid of. That is the sister of the groom, so I'm going to keep both photos of those. And you'll be amazed at the difference that doing a second pass on your photos can make just to your overall work time. The more you can narrow down these photos to the best, the better experience it's going to be for your couple at the end of the day. Like for instance, here we've got 1, 2, 3 of almost the same shot. So I'm going to get rid of probably the one in the middle, and then that way we've got 2 photos of this event, but at the same time they're very different framing at least. Again, kind of the same shot twice. I'm going to get rid of that one. Sort of the same shot. I don't know if I might keep both just because that's the kiss. That, not necessary. Kind of want one of those, and then we're done. Okay, we don't need 2 hug photos. Pretty much the same thing. So we'll take this one as the keeper. That, get rid of because of the distracting background. So always be aware of your backgrounds. Those little things can help make a big difference. So yeah, I'm doing this to cut down on work time, but I'm also doing it to just make the experience better for the couple, because sometimes you get 600 photos, and if there's a bunch of duplicates, you just get confused anyways. All right, so we've got a couple options for this photo. I hate this water bottle above their heads, so I'm actually going to probably take this one and get rid of that one. Good. Just scrolling really quick, and if something catches my eye as being too repetitive like these, okay, that's pretty much the same photo, and I don't really like either of them. I think they're both awkward, so we're going to get rid of that one, keep that one. And that one, I don't know. I'll get rid of it later maybe, but okay. Canoe photos, very similar. I think we'll get rid of this one because the water just doesn't look as cool. Okay, that's pretty identical. That one's just shallower, so we'll get rid of that one. Looks good, looks good. Okay, these are all very similar. I think I like that one, not that one so much. Those are pretty much the same. Obviously, they're very different, but we'll keep both. We'll keep both. As you can see, just because I've been doing this for a while doesn't make it any easier to choose between which photos stay and which ones go away. Okay, these almost identical. I think I'll keep them both for now. No, Ryan. Get rid of that one. It's hard, hey? Hard to decide. And you can see this is why Photo Mechanic is so good, because of just how fast it is to go back and forth between photos. Okay, these are all very similar, so let's just talk for a second. This one, that's different. But these three, I think I like this one the most. So I'm going to get rid of that one just so that I have the most variety. No real other reason than that. And then the walking photos, well, this one, does everybody look good? Are they all in focus? They are not, and Bride's eyes are closed, so we're going to get rid of that. And that kind of solves that dilemma. Reception, I'd rather go with a few more than less because I want to have more details and more moments with friends and family. Okay, this looks good, feels good. I am thinking we are done. So we took it down to the grand total of 496 photos. That can't be right. That was the same. Try it again. 481. Okay, now what we're going to do, grab this, go copy selected photos, move photos. You're just going to move them into a subfolder labeled selects. So wherever those photos were originally, they were in the folder labeled raws. It's going to make another little folder, call it selects, and put all those into there. That way I know where I have my keepers and where I have the ones that were rejects. If it turns out that the couple ever reaches out to me and says, hey, Ryan, we're missing a photo of Aunt Bertha, or we noticed that this photo, my chin is just a little bit weird. Can you grab another one of this photo with me and Uncle Nick where my chin isn't so weird, right? Something like that. I know that I can go into my rejects, and that's where all the extra photos are. So if I miss something, that's how they're organized. Okie dokie. Now, you might be wondering, where do I put these photos, Ryan? Do you put them on a separate hard drive, two separate hard drives, RAID array, cloud array? You know, what fanciness are you using? Personally, this is my own strategy. I make 2 copies of a wedding when I back it up. I always want to have 2 copies of the files. So firstly, when I get home from the wedding, I will take the SD cards. Before I talk about that, this is just the rejects, so we're going to copy them. Same process, but into a folder called rejects. Now, moving back to the topic at hand. Oh boy, I think I copied them that time instead of moved them. That's what happens when you're trying to multitask. Oh well. Luckily, this wedding was done a while ago. So let's go into our RAWs, and you should see that we have a rejects folder, and we have a selects folder, and then we have all of these photos right here that are rejects that just got duplicated. So I'm going to delete those. I've got my selects, my rejects, and I'm good. So how do I organize these files? Well, I've got everything in a RAWs folder, and then this is on one hard drive. Then when I'm editing it, I'll also put it onto my computer. So I edit directly off of my computer. I put a 1 terabyte hard drive into this particular MacBook Pro I'm editing on, because at the end of the day, it's just so much faster than trying to use an external hard drive, I've found. And I've had mixed experiences where hard drives fail and it just is more complicated. So now I buy the cheap WD Passports or the cheap Lacy hard drives, and I get a 1 terabyte drive every single year. All the weddings get put onto there, and then as I'm editing it, it is put onto my computer. So I've got 2 copies of it. Once I've finished editing it, I move that finished editing folder. So the client folder here, which says Stephen and Jenny, I move that onto my backup hard drive, and I also upload all the photos and deliver them to the client. At which point, since I've uploaded them and they're saved, and I've also put them onto a hard drive, I will be able to delete them off of my computer. I always want to have 2 copies of those files. All right, with that explanation out of the way, it is time to get into Lightroom. I'm going to open up Lightroom and make a brand new session. Hello, let's choose a different catalog. Create new catalog. So I create a new catalog for every single couple whose wedding I edit. So we're going to call it Stephen and Jenny Lightroom 2021. And I do that because then everything to do with this client, the raw folders, the raw photos, the finished exports, the Lightroom catalog, it's all in one folder. And then I can click and drag it onto any hard drive, any computer, edit it anywhere, and I'm not going to be missing files. Whereas if it was in one big catalog and I don't know where the raw files are, life just gets a lot more complicated. The more organized you can be, the better you'll be in the future. Your future self will thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. And if you want a better, less thrown together explanation of, let's try this again. Grab my selects folder, drag it in there. Okay. If you want a better explanation of how I back up things, I've got another video on my channel that you can watch. Okay. Let's do this thing. We're going to grab all of these photos, and I'm not going to actually apply any develop settings, anything like that. I am going to maybe add some metadata. You could add a copyright for your particular studio. Well, I won't today because this is from several years ago, but that's okay. We're just going to import the photos as they are. And you can see it's a lot faster than if I were using a slower external hard drive. And then I'm going to find a preset that fits the entire wedding vibe. So I'm going to be using some signature edits presets today, but that doesn't mean that you can't benefit from this tutorial if you don't have these presets. I'm going to leave a link in the description that you can download a free sample. And you can see that they're very natural. These are from the Clean and Natural Wedding Pack. So they're not meant to change the colors in a drastic way. They're meant to kind of preserve the colors. You can see here's before, here's after. It's just enhancing the greens, making things pop a little bit. It's one thing that I've learned. I no longer want to way over edit my images. I don't like this preset on here. It is over edited. I want things to look natural. So we're just going to find the one that works best with this wedding. I think that 4 is kind of what I'm feeling. One was okay too. Decisions. I'm essentially just looking for which preset fits this wedding the best. Yeah, definitely 4. And I'm going to sync that across all of these photos. So we're going to sync it. Select everything except for white balance, exposure, crop, spot removal, and local adjustments. Those are things that I want to adjust image by image, but I want the preset settings applied to everything on here. Very good. So now that that's done, I'm going to minimize that develop module. And most of my work is just going to be going through each photo, adjusting the exposure, making sure the white balance is right, and then occasionally tweaking by adding a radial filter to just highlight a certain area of the image or darken things down, etc. Whatever it is that that particular image needs. So I try and keep my workflow as simple and easy as possible. I want it to be quick and efficient, and of course also do a good job. So we're going to go in here, grab this photo that I edited. I don't mind that edit, so I'm going to copy it. We're also going to copy our radial filter, paste it on photo number 1 here. Let's start from scratch. Okay, here we go. If a photo needs work, I'm going to adjust it. If a photo looks good, I'm going to leave it alone. And I'm going to be using keyboard shortcuts as I do so, and explaining what I'm doing. So I've got a collection of brushes that come with any signature edits preset pack. If you buy the wedding pack, you'll get these. And I've got one called Brooding D Haze Darken. That's one of my favorites. It's just going to make everything else on the outside of this mask darker. It's kind of like a mobile spotlight. And it's also going to make everything else a little bit kind of blurrier, essentially, just so that your focus goes more towards whatever part of the image you want to bring focus to. So that's that. And of course, if you don't have these, go ahead, pause the video, copy these settings, and you can make your own preset by going down here and call it Dehaze Darken. And then that'll be added to your effects. I'd highly suggest making use of those. That's one of the things I see people doing, not wrong, but just spending way too much time in Lightroom that they don't need to spend, is doing the exact same thing every time. So every time they want to sharpen something, They go from scratch. They say, okay, I want to add some texture and some clarity and a little bit of sharpness and drop the shadows, and then they paint it on. Now, that's fine, and it only took a couple seconds, but if you're doing that hundreds of times, that starts to add up, right? So it's better just to have your presets made. You can grab it, say, okay, I want to add some texture. Bada bing, bada boom, done. Okay, this looks nice. I'm just going to add a little bit of texture. No, I'm not. I don't like that. But I will do one of these. Darken everything on the outside down. Kind of like that. Before, after. So that's one massive difference between the way I used to edit and the way I edit now. I try and make things as natural as possible. Don't go overboard. Kind of my rule of thumb is get it to where you like it. And then back off by 10-20%. Don't push it too far. And I will say having good presets, and that doesn't mean you have to buy your presets, but just having presets made that you spent the time to get the look you like, and then applying it to all your images, rather than going through image by image and trying to find a preset for that particular image, or build it from scratch one at a time. It's going to both speed up your workflow and also give you a lot more consistent results. That's really the reason I started doing signature edits. That's a little dark. The reason I started doing signature edits was because I wasn't happy with the presets that I could find. Everything seemed too complicated, or it just only worked if you had perfect lighting conditions. And that was annoying. Particularly with greens. I know this is super random, but I always found that the greens were the things that are, when a preset doesn't work, it's the greens and the skin tones that don't look right. And so that's what I really focused on with these presets, and just testing them across all sorts of conditions so that when I'm actually editing photos from a shoot, I'm not wasting a ton of time tweaking every single preset, you know? Okay, so white balance comes down. And you're going to see there's a pattern here. There's nothing special and fancy to my editing, really. I'm going through, I'm adjusting the exposure, the crop, and the white balance. And that's 90% of everything, once you have the preset, of course. And the preset, well, it's doing a few different things. So we've got a custom profile in here. You can see that that's adding, it's got a tone curve built in there. It's got some sort of HSL type adjustments. It's adding some color overlays. There's different things going on in there that you could try and recreate in here. It's just not going to give you quite the same results. That's what that profile does. And what I really like is if it's too strong, you can back it off, etc. It's kind of like on Instagram, you have that filter adjustment. Well, that's what this lets you do. Okay, that's too warm. Let's go back, Ryan. I should also add, if at any point you say, man, how did he miss that? It's because I am busy focused on talking to you, and I'm not giving this 100% of my attention. So if I miss something, or fail to explain something, or, you know, just do something weird, that's why. That's a nice photo. All right, so now the real question, do you try and brighten it up enough for her skin to be well exposed, or brighten it up for the background? Personally, I find it's a lot more dreamy. Just the Hollywood cinematic look tends to underexpose the skin. You want to always shoot into the shadow side of the face. There's a name for that I can't remember off the top of my head right now. Drop lighting. What is it? I don't know, but it's a very common technique in the filmmaking biz. Just touching up her skin a little bit. And I might desaturate the reds very slightly. Hello, is that the right spot? Yes. Just because there's a lot of red going on in the skin tones. I think it's because there's a wood ceiling reflecting this nice warm light into the room. Short lighting, that's what it is when you go into the shadow side of the face. And it just makes it feel more dramatic than if you went into the other side. If I was shooting with the window and she was being lit by the window and I was standing here by the mirror, that would be broad lighting. If you want a tutorial on lighting, I do have one on my channel you can check out. Apparently I can't remember all the terms, but it's there. All right. Okay, so this one has some weird coloring going on. You can see really yellow on this side, white on that side. It's because of the white balance issues that happen when you have, there was a light on somewhere here, I'm sure, a tungsten light, casting a yellow-green cast, and then this is window light. So that's why you get those issues. The easiest way to adjust it, grab a graduated filter and just add some blue to this side of the image. So we're just selectively applying white balance. Okay, these photos I hate. desperately with all of my heart and all of my soul because they're just so harsh. They were shot outside, bright daylight, just no drama, just everything about it is ugly. But that's what we've got, so we're going to roll with it. The things you learn. This is what my second shooter got. His lighting conditions were not as ideal as mine, and I don't know. We all grow over time. So since then, his detail shots are totally different. Okay, that I like. I'm going to maybe underexpose it a little bit intentionally. I just think it has richer colors that way. And you can see, by contrast, good lighting, bad lighting, good lighting, bad lighting, right? So always try and get the best possible light and the best possible image in camera. One of the biggest mistakes that people make when they're starting out is they assume it's all about the presets, right? You say, how do I get my photos to look like India Earl? And so you spend all this money on presets and different Lightroom courses, and you're just driving yourself crazy trying to figure out what's going on. Why don't my photos look like India Earls? Well, what most people fail to notice is the fact that the reason their photos don't look the way they want has very little or not as much to do with the editing as they think. It's mostly because they just weren't getting it right in camera. If you're shooting a photo like this with super harsh daylight and really kind of ugly colors in the background, a busy background going on, and things just don't match, and you know what I mean? Like, it's so less intentional when you compare it to someone like India Earl's photos. All of her photos, and let's demonstrate. Let's take a quick commercial break. India Earl. Oh, of course, I shut off my Wi-Fi. Dun, dun, dun. It's okay, you needed a break. Too much photo editing. Okay. If we look at India Earl's portfolio, or any amazing photographer, this applies to every photographer that you know and love. Let's look at one random wedding. Doesn't matter to me which. Could be this one. Okay. Look at how everything in here just kind of matches. We've got really nice, warm, earthen tones. This is maybe a bad example because these actually clash quite a bit. India Earl does this, and then he proceeds to show you that India Earl does not. Well, here we go. We've got really beautiful, soft lighting. There's no harsh sunlight going on. The background is absolutely stunning. Their outfits match or are dark colors, and so everything just works together cohesively. It all matches. It looks very nice. All of this super soft, super cloudy, overcast lighting just gives you such beautiful colors and images. It's just unbelievable. It's so much easier to edit. Trust me, if you had this photo in front of you and you edit it in Lightroom, you would feel like the Lightroom champion of the world. You'd say, I'm so amazing. Because when you have a photo that is well taken with great when you have a photo that is taken with great light and great colors and a great composition, you take that into Lightroom, trust me, editing it and getting it to look amazing, not that hard. Not by comparison with when you've got something like this, super, you can see just the difference. Super, super, super bright lighting, colors contrasting all over the place. We could try and improve this by adjusting the hue of the greens maybe. Make it slightly more green. We could desaturate our sky so we don't have that blue going on. Right, that might improve it a little bit. Here's before, after, I don't know. At the end of the day, if it wasn't great in camera, or for that matter in person, if the light wasn't nice and it didn't look amazing in person, well, your photo's not going to change that. Okay, that was a huge tangent, but it's because I wish someone had told me that and explained it in detail. So now I've passed that to you. Hopefully it's helpful. Okay, we're going to try and get rid of some of the red cast in this image. Go to our HSL. Grab this little guy, pull her down. That'll help us figure out what color we're desaturating. Somewhere around there looks good. Brighten it up. And because I always say, back off what you think is good by 20%, we'll just add a little more in there. So here's before, here's after. I think it's okay. We can get away with that. Again, very orange. I'm going to grab a radial filter here, reset it, hold Alt, and then press reset. Grab the contrast, bring it down, whites, bring it up, and invert this mask by pressing the apostrophe key. And if you want to see the overlay, press the O key. Learning those shortcuts is going to make such a big difference for you if you haven't already, so just commit them to memory. In particular, the O key to show you the mask, the apostrophe key to invert the mask, And that's all I got for now. The plus and minus keys to adjust your exposure. So I'm not trying, to edit this image so it looks absolutely like the Sistine Chapel here. I know that because of the lighting situation, there's only so much I can do, so I'm just trying to get it nice. It's going to look like what it looked like. Okay, she's got some strange catch lights in her eyes. So there's a couple options here. I could do a spot removal tool, maybe, or I can go on here, draw 2 little beads on top of those areas. You can see my masking was not very accurate. And then we're going to grab our white balance and we're just going to add some warmth. That's going to cancel out the blue in those catch lights. Again, we can do the same thing by adding some red to cancel out the green in there. Now you can see, before, after, we got rid of that blue. Okay. And I think there's actually a little bit of something happening here, and just because it's an up-close shot, we'll take care of these couple little bumps. I wouldn't do this for every photo, but for photos like this that are really up close and personal, it's worth it. Adjust our white balance. Good. Yeah, there we go. Is what it is. That's what happens when you shoot outside on a sunny day in harsh light. What would have been better, if it were me and I were doing it all over again, I would have gone inside the house. And if it were so dark that that doesn't work, my next method is always have the sun behind them so they're backlit and it's a more even lighting on them. And try and find a dark background so that even though they're backlit and in shadow, the background isn't going to be blown out and white like this. And that is what I think about that. This one looks maybe just a little blue, warm you up. Good. Now there's not much I can do about the fact that it's just blown out, although it looks like we didn't totally blow it out. So what I can do, set the exposure like that. Just do a really quick brush on here, reset it, contrast down, whites up. I find that's the most transparent way to brighten things without actually making it look edited. Okay, we're going to make a little bit more blue, add a little exposure, and just deal with the fact that we've got this serious, crazy clipping, monstrous highlight going on. Now, don't get me wrong. If this photo were an amazing shot and it were integral to the actual wedding, I might mess around with it, try and get it right. Not might, I would. But since this photo just isn't that important, I'm going to delete it because it's just going to take away from the rest of the day by comparison. Okay, this one looks like we need some pink. Take our white balance down a little bit, and I can actually pump up maybe a little bit of dehaze. Oh yeah. So take it to where you like it. So I like it about here, and then dial it back. It's as simple as that. That's my method. You can see the massive difference, right? Both are the same time-ish and the same lighting, except Stephen has the sun behind him and a very bright blown-out background. Jenny has the sun behind her and a very dark background. So this is a perfect example of what I was just talking about. This one looks and feels a lot better. I could go one step further by just desaturating the blue up here in the trees. And maybe, if you really want to go crazy, I could literally draw on this blue. Or do a range mask just to show you something special. So we're going to draw on all of this like that. Go down to range mask, turn it to color, grab the eyedropper, and I'm going to eyedrop it on one of these blue sections. So now you can see that the range mask is just selecting those blue areas. Press O so that I can see what's happening. And we're going to just add some warmth. Remember, blue canceled out by yellow, yellow canceled out by blue. So you can see here's before and here's after. So we get rid of that, sort of add a nice glow to the background instead of this weird sort of bluishness. We can also decrease the texture and the clarity. And we're good. Before, after. Now, Stephen, not so many options. I can grab a Radial Mask, put it on there, contrast down, whites up, invert it so that it's affecting the inside of this circle instead of the outside. So we've brightened him up a little bit. Make sure you don't take it too far. And then grab the brush function and just add the brush onto his body as well. Before, after. Now, he does look like he's glowing a little and he's too warm. Probably because it's hot outside. We'll just cool the white balance down a little bit. Okay, again, not really an important photo at all, and I don't think it tells the story of the day that much because you don't see his face or anything that's going on. I'm going to delete this one. If it were amazing lighting and looked really cool, maybe I'd keep it, but that's that. All right, Jenny looks great, but her face, for whatever reason, is actually, well, it's because her skin is darker and she's got this makeup, so it's not reflecting as much light as her shoulder area, which is much brighter. I actually want her face to be the bright part of this image. So I'm going to invert, contrast down, whites up, and it's just like a mobile spotlight that I will place on her face and take the white balance down just a little so it matches with the rest of her shoulder area. And then on her shoulder, you could go in here and paint in a little bit just to even out the skin, contrast down a little bit, whites up a little, something like that. Before, after. Now she does look like she's way too bright, so you're going to have to watch that. Make sure it stays natural. That can be a really helpful thing, just to go back and forth and make sure you haven't like really over affected things. And you're going to notice that in my before and after, the white balance is too far as well. So we're going to want to dial all that in, take our time, fix it. That's fine. For the purposes of this tutorial, I think you understand. Now this one, again, we've got weird color cast coming up because the sun is hitting the patio. It's hitting these green bushes, grasses? I don't know. It's hitting them, and it's just giving you this strange skin tone. Not much I'm going to be able to do about that. I could fight it. I'm just going to embrace it because it's not that important of a shot, simply because I know that Steven has some photos with the guys later on. Okay, we're going to grab our Haze brush here. Something like that. Works for me. And now be aware of stuff like this. All I have to do is just crop in a little, and that distraction is out of the way. And it actually enhances the shot anyway. She was too far over in the corner. Same exact thing. And because I've already edited the same shot more or less once, we'll just copy those adjustments and paste them over here. If it'll work. Hello. Let's copy everything. The whole thing. Okay. Another shortcut you should definitely learn, R. Brings up the crop tool. You probably already know that. What's your most used, most helpful Lightroom shortcut? That is something I would love to know if you're willing to share that in the comments. Once in a while you come across a shortcut and you're like, how did I not know about this? It's literally so helpful. Okay. Definitely don't want to take this too far because it just looks like they're glowing now. Here's before, here's after. I think they're still too warm. And you don't want to raise the exposure up too high because then it just looks unnatural. So it's almost better for them to be in the shade a little bit. And I sort of don't like what I did there, so we're just going to roll with it. Move on with our lives. Hello. Get the white balance dialed in there. Right around there. The single most important thing you could do to improve your editing, I'm going to say, is just improving your sense of color and particularly white balance. And by that I mean figuring out what skin should look like, what grass should look like. Because getting that kind of memory and instinct is so integral to knowing, okay, is this white balance right or is it wrong? Do I need to adjust it up or down, right? So overall, outside is about right. But inside, on Jenny over here, is too warm. So we're going to grab a little radial filter here, reset it by holding Alt, clicking Reset, and then I'm just going to cool it down just on her. And I'm also going to brighten that area up. Not too much, so it's unbelievable, but something around that. So here's before, and here's after. We could also add a little bit of magenta, because I feel like it's too green as well. Something like that. and do what you think is good. Dial it back by 20%. Live by my own rule. So here's before, here's after. Nice. And since I did it once, let's just copy it over. I'm just going to have to reposition that radial filter, and this time it's going to cover most of this frame. So an option you can do, press O so you can see what's going on. That actually looks not too bad. I probably don't need to adjust it too much. Yeah, let's roll with it. This one, same situation. We're going to need to cool it down, cancel out some of the green. And you can see now outside, way too cold. It's because there was some kind of a light on inside of this house that was way warmer than the temperature of the forest outside. So our options are play with it a lot, or what I prefer, put it into black and white. I like that one. That'll work. Okay. Looks nice. So I'm going to copy this, but this time I'm just going to check the white balance. Copy is Command C on a Mac, by the way. Pretty. And then I'm adjusting the exposure with the plus and minus keys and holding down Shift when I need to make larger changes. So you can see that in this particular case, that light is really strong in certain spots. It's just catching this orangish, yellowishness. So I'm going to paint on the parts that are particularly strong to my eyes, and then I'm going to reset the brush and just cool those parts down. Not a lot, just a little bit. Before, after, we're just sort of evening things out a little bit. And in the end, I'm just not digging it. I think that there's too much work that has to happen here, and I have lots of beautiful photos like this. We'll put this one in black and white. Good. I think this one would just be nice in black and white, period. So we'll do that as well. Okay. That looks almost perfect just as is. I think I'm going to zoom in on Jenny here. See that she's out of focus and be kind of sad. But we'll grab some sharpness and some add texture. Okay, so there's two options here. Option one, we deliver the photo like this. From a distance, it actually looks not too bad. It looks mostly in focus. It actually just sort of has this vintage vibe. Option two, we put in black and white. I'm leaning towards option one. The only thing is I want to make the background or whatever was actually in focus less in focus. So I'm going to grab this radial filter, put it on Jenny, and do the dehaze darken, which is just going to make everything else a little bit darker and a little bit less in focus. Something like that. Before, after. Okay, this one we could roll with kind of the vintagey, washed out vibe. I'm going to use a little bit of dehaze because I think that'll be cool, not too much. And then often just adjusting the exposure will fix that problem. So I sort of like the sun rays. I don't want to totally hide them, but we might be able to bring them out and enhance them if we paint a brush on here. And we bring that dehaze way up. Let's see. Apparently not. So we're just going to roll with that. Somewhere around there. Zoom in on Jenny. Jenny, again, not super in focus, which is unfortunate. That's what 5 years ago Ryan needed to work on, apparently. We'll add a little bit of contrast and dehaze to Jenny in the hopes of making her appear a little more sharp. Good. Always zoom out so you can make sure it doesn't look overdone. Here's before, here's after. I think that's fine. Okay, this one needs probably less contrast. Raise the exposure. I think that's pretty cool. We could brighten her face very slightly. Contrast down, whites up. Swing. Like that. That's a little bit too far. There we go. Before, after. Hit the like button if you like that. I think it's very pretty. And since we have two almost identical photos here, one will be in black and white. Hello. And we'll do the same thing. Black and white really does reveal just how much darker her face is in this shot. So brighten it up, extend the radial filter out just so it's not so obvious. Good, and I'm actually going to lower the shadows because I just feel like it looks a little HDR to me. We'll mess around here for a second. Raise the blacks, lower the shadows. It's probably going to be better. Good. Before and after, very useful tool just to make sure that you haven't gone too far. Oftentimes you can be staring at a photo for so long. This one is so pretty, hey? Except we have all of this lens or filter dust going on. So while I'm fixing this, as I was saying, before and after, if you're spending 10 minutes on a photo, which rarely happens to me, but sometimes still does, and you just can't get it to look right, always go back and forth between a before and after, and if possible, another separate reference image, because it can be so it can be so easy to lose track of what a photo is even supposed to look like. Like after you're staring at it for 10 minutes, you get adjusted to it. Kind of like, you know, when you go out for, oh, that's weird. Why are these spots still showing up? Did I add spots by accident? Oh, it's because the opacity was all the way down. Darn it. Darn it, Ryan. Anyways, let's do this again. As I was saying, it's kind of like when you're eating food at McDonald's, and when you first go in, you really smell McDonald's, right? And then you're in there for a while and you don't smell it at all until the next day you go and you smell your clothes and you're like, where was I? The pit of hell? Because it smells so bad, right? So that's just a hot tip for you. Keep your eyes fresh and remind yourself often of what your edits should look like. Lightroom actually has a really amazing feature where you can have a reference image in it. If you zoom out, hello. And, oh, you're going to have to go into my separate tutorial because I can't remember off the top of my head right now, which is kind of embarrassing. This one right here, you can actually have a reference photo to compare. So you select one as a comparison, and then you can go through. I think I'm choosing the wrong one. Oh well, just roll with me on that. You can set one as a reference photo. Find the photo that you actually like the edit of, even if it's not by you, it's by another photographer, and have that next to you as you're editing. I covered that in a different tutorial. It's been a while since I used it, but it is a very handy feature, especially when you're starting out. Also, make sure you don't do what I did here and set up your bridesmaids not in line with you. You want them all to be the same distance from the camera. These ones are not, which is why our bridesmaid here at the end is not in focus. So we're going to add some sharpening and texture to fix that problem, and it's fine. What's crazy is how much light those dresses reflect. They kind of make everything around them pink. Okay, so this one, very out of focus. I'm not going to be able to recover that, but in black and white, it'll just look like a cool stylistic, well, it still doesn't look that cool, going to be real. But at least it looks kind of passable if we do black and white like that. Sure. Before, after. I don't know. It's nice. There's no pressure here because I've already edited this wedding. So if you're thinking, oh, he's not spending enough time on this, well, that's okay. I'm editing this for free, just for you. Okay, I'm going to keep this, even though this is out of focus. I think that's justified by the fact that it's clearly a really candid, beautiful moment. Or at least they were fake laughing. I can't tell you which. All right, get our whites about right. Now, sign, super bright. Background, super dark. Kind of weird. So let's go in here. We're going to grab our adjustment brush, go to Arrange Mask, Swing, Luminance, set that way up at the top. Because I just want to take everything that was way too bright and make it darker. So then I can raise the exposure of everything back up. And now things look kind of semi-normal instead of just weird. So here's before, here's after. And of course our white balance is way too warm, it looks like. Somewhere around there. Before, after. I know, way too much work for a photo that really just not very good. That's life sometimes. Okay, this one was just a fun photo, not my idea of, you know, perfection. It's kind of cool in a way. They were just messing around, being silly. I'm not going to worry about it too much, again, because it was a silly photo. All right, adjust our white balance. Now, rather than raise the entire exposure, just grab a Radial Mask like that. contrast down, whites up, invert it with the apostrophe key, somewhere around there, and then we can maybe raise our shadows a little bit, lower the contrast, and add a little bit of dehaze. Good. Before, after. Okie dokie. We're getting close, people. We're getting very, very close. It's going to be a beautiful day. And by close, I mean close to the ceremony and the photo shoot. We all know the photo shoot is the funnest part. Okay, so since I'm going to have a whole bunch of bridesmaids photos right now, I'm going to get this one right, or at least get this one kind of the way I want it. I'm brightening up from the corner because I just noticed down here, too dark. We want consistent, even lighting, so I'm just using a radial filter, contrast down, and whites up. I'm going to copy this after I take care of this blue sky really quick. HSL, saturation of the blues, bring that down, and the luminance of the blues, bring that up or down. See what works best. In this case, I think somewhere around there. That's good enough for our tutorial purposes. We're going to copy everything and then paste it across. Just make sure that our radial graduated filter continues to be correct. And with any luck, it should be as simple as just very minutely adjusting each image. But for the most part, it's good to go. Looks okay. Hello. Okay, that's way too contrasty. We'll dial that back and the highlights back. And that's not so bad. Okay, looks good. Now be careful when you're actually dealing with photos that were shot with them in the shade. Like if they started off much darker, you want to make sure that you don't push it too far, because if it goes too far, it's actually just going to feel weird. It'll feel like, why is this thing that is shadow as bright as something that we're directly in the center of the sun? So that's a hot tip for you right there. Okay, Lightroom is really bogging down. I don't know why. But if you're wondering why I'm editing slower, well, thank my 2015 MacBook Pro. And if you want me to edit faster, hit the like button so I can buy a new one. Just kidding. Sort of. No, I really am. If only I could buy a new MacBook Pro from YouTube. One thing I find interesting, that you might find interesting, or you might not, but I'm going to tell you anyway, so you can mute me if you don't want to hear it, is I would have figured that YouTubers made a lot more money. Based on all of those videos that people post saying, this is how much YouTube paid me. And it's like $20,000 a month. And I thought I was going to be rich. But then it turns out that it's really not that much. I will tell you that photography is my full-time gig. Doing these tutorials is just a kind of fun thing that I can help other people and share what I've learned, and I'm editing anyways most of the time. In this case, I'm doing it just for you. But most of the time, I'm editing a shoot that I actually need to edit. Sharing tricks. That's what the community's about, right? Paying it forward. I think one of the worst parts or tendencies for photographers is to treat each other like competition. And I get it, like there is some competition. If I get hired for a wedding, you might not. And at the same time, a lot of people overlook the fact that another photographer can be their best source of clients. So if you have somebody who you get along with, your style is similar, and let's say they're book solid, well, heck, they're going to refer you, and then you have this amazing referral. So instead of trying to just compete with other people, start forming relationships and friendships and helping people. You're going to be so much better off. You never lose by giving. At the end of the day, sometimes people will take advantage of it, but for the most part, you're going to wind up ahead. It's going to come back to you. That's what I think about that. If you think I should start a motivational speech podcast, well, leave me a comment. Although at this point, if you haven't left me a comment, I feel like no matter how many times I ask, it just might not happen. But if this moment in time and this beautiful picture of flowery things convinced you, let me know in the comments below. I'd also be curious to see who is still listening an hour in. So if you've made it this far, leave me another comment, just so I know you're still here. Me of the past thanks you. So does me of the present. Okay, this Very blown out, very nasty in the back, so I'm just going to go swing, black and white. I know I have lots of photos of Mr. Guitar Player, so that's cool. Okay, flowers. Again, we've got an issue here with just a very blown out background, so we can grab a radial graduated filter. Drag it out like that. Grab our highlights, bring them down, 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 in a burning ring of fire. Brighten everything back up. So we still got kind of like a bright and airy vibe, but it's not as blown out as it was a second ago. And then I'm going to grab my temperature and bring that down a bit. Maybe. Somewhere about there. This particular preset kind of adds some warmth to everything, which is why if you look at the before and after, we're adding kind of a sort of honey vibe. Now, the shirts. I'm not really liking the blue on the shirts, is something I'm noticing. So let's try just adjusting this. There we go. That feels much better to me. And they're maybe a little dark too. Save that for later. And by later, I mean right now. Okay, that looks good. Now, that might be a little bit too far in terms of the saturation and contrast department. I don't know. I mean, we'll dial it back a little. Subtlety. Subtlety is your friend. That's what I tell myself. Okay, I hate yellow grass. It just is a personal thing of mine that I do not enjoy. So we're going to desaturate that a bit. Makes such a big difference. Grass before, grass after. Or the other way around. You understand. Okay. We could also grab the luminance of the grass and bring that down. Sometimes that can be helpful just so you don't have such a blown out stinkishness, but I don't know. The further you play with these things and the further you take them, the less natural it is, and so the less natural it starts to look. So I don't want to brighten these guys up too much because they were in the shade. I'm just going to grab my white balance, play around here. Something like that. It kind of is what it is. I could mess around, but you don't want to watch me do that for 20 minutes on that particular photo. So I'm not going to. And I get to do that. But if you want me to edit the photo of the old people, those beautiful, lovely souls, leave me a comment. Okay, these all look good. That's what I love about these presets. They just work. So here's before. That's the raw. There's with. It's not a huge difference. Just adding some warmth, some kind of honey on top of it, some drizzle. And then just sharpening things up, adding a little bit of punch. But it doesn't look like you've just, holy crap, taken the contrast and the saturation and gone absolutely nuts. That's what I think about that. As long as your white balance and your exposure are right. And of course, if you've got a really high dynamic range scene like this with a blown out background, well, no preset's going to make that look good. You have to fix it yourself, preferably in camera. But if not in camera, then in Lightroom. Here's before, here's after. It just cleans it up. Good, good. That looks like a black and white to me. Okay. Now this is looking a little bit green. We've got so much grass going around. We've got a real green tint. And our white balance is too warm, so. Before, after. That looks okay. And yes, there's a hot spot on her head. I don't think that is a big issue for this particular situation going on. One thing I might try though, I'm just going to paint onto her really quick and bring the white balance down because she's looking really yellow. Okay, this needs some change. I'm going to grab that, bring it way the heck down, somewhere around there. And then we're going to grab our HSL, go to our yellows. That's where the greens hang out, in the yellows, as much as that makes sense. Bring those down a little bit. Bring the greens down a little bit. And maybe brighten them up. Sometimes it's the opposite of what you'd think. You'd think you need to make it darker. Try doing it lighter. We've also got this blue sky going on. But you got to be careful with that because if I desaturate that, well, then their clothing gets desaturated as well. So find the middle ground. Find the middle ground. I'm going to crop this lady out because she's on her phone anyways. and crop this lady on the side out. And then we don't have to deal with that weird speckled blue sky. Okay, this needs some serious white balance adjustment. So we'll grab that, bring it all the way down there, somewhere around there. And again, you got a crazy lighting situation going on. This is also sort of the way that Canon just seems to deal with these kind of lighting scenarios. That's just the way that greens and yellows tend to look. I could fight it, or I could roll with it. It's up to me in any given situation. We don't want to get too much green out of there, but we don't want to leave too much in. So choose your own adventure. I think the blues are the biggest issue, though. They're just way off. So I just copied the photo settings from the last photo. And of course, they're not quite right, so we'll adjust them too. Make things darker. Oftentimes, if the colors don't look right, things just don't, they look weird. It's just the exposure is wrong. So if you darken things down, see how much more natural that looks than before. So this one, now that I've had that inspiration, we can try and make it darker. And it might make things feel a lot better. So we're going to grab that, like so. And we're just going to brighten up this one little area where they're praying. Okay, something like that. Now you could mess around more if you wanted to, but I think for our purposes, that's enough just to illustrate the point. Darken it down, and you'll be surprised how much better things get. Exposure and white balance, man. 99% of the time, it comes down to that when it comes to editing. And if things aren't working properly for you, it's because one of those two is not correct. Now, if those are correct, the next thing to look at is, was your photo just shot with super harsh light in an unflattering way, bad framing, bad background, you know, those kind of things. So this is a black and white for me, simply because it'd be so much work to fix, and I think in black and white it actually looks really cool. This guy here, we are seeing a trend where everything needs to be way less warm. So I might go ahead and change that across the board. First, I'm just going to adjust this. What I'm trying to do is get the grass right. If I can get the grass to look right, then I'll have made some progress. Grass is the hardest thing, for me at least. What's the hardest part about editing for you? So I'm going to desaturate a bit. I think that's getting close. Now to fix this situation going on here, just grab a radial filter. Whites up. Contrast down. Drag it on top of him. And a little bit of exposure. Just a little bit. Somewhere around there. Before. After. That's progress, right? So I copied everything except for those adjustment brushes. So hopefully our changes to the grass have paid off. Yes, that looks a lot more natural, but I might have pushed it too far actually. So let's go back here. Bring it back a little. Warm it up a little. Just trying to get it right. Here's before, here's after. Okay, looks like we're not changing the colors too much. So we'll just roll with that. Now this guy, our white balance is way too warm. But when I take it colder, everything just looks messy and mucky and disgusting. So this might be an issue with our preset. If we switch it, it might be slightly better. So we're going to go with that one. That feels a little better. But the reason the colors look so strange here is, again, you have to start with a good image. If we reset this, not that this looks horrible, but we've got really bright, blown out background here. And then we've got this mixed lighting situation on our officiant's face, where he's getting full sun right here, and then shade from the trees here. And what you have to remember is the sun is hitting all of these leaves above him, and it's reflecting onto the shady parts in particular, and really just adding a kind of green cast to parts of his face. So it's not a clear, balanced lighting situation. We've got all sorts of different colors and reflections going on, which is why it just feels kind of off. So when we apply our preset, the preset's kind of exaggerating what's already there. It's taking the dark parts, making them darker. So we're just going to try and even out the lighting here. Again, using our contrast down, whites up, just on the shady parts of Mr. Officiant. We're going to grab like that. Not going to spend too much time on this, but sort of show you the point. So brighten that up. And here's before, and here's after. So you can see it just looks a lot more natural already. It's not great, but it's better. And again, if possible, when you have the option, shoot towards the dark background. So on the other side of the officiant, interestingly enough, was more trees and shady spots. So if this photo had been taken by the photographer over here instead, shooting in the other direction, you'd have a nice dark background in behind him and it would look a lot better, a lot less strange. Now, I'm still not liking the colors on this image, so I'm going to switch it to black and white. Go with this one, dial back that contrast, because geez, that's way too much. Probably even more. Something like that. Move on with our lives. That looks okay. Again, for what it is, if the greens don't feel right to you, just try switching to the original image and see, because you're never going to make this kind of a green look like a pine forest green. So if you're working with greens that to begin with are a bit more saturated, that's how it's going to look. We are going to adjust our white balance. Again, we've got a weird situation where we've got the shade here, but our subjects are kind of in the sun. That's why when we finally adjust the white balance for the shade, this looks good, this looks way too warm. But if we do it the other way and adjust for our subjects here, then this has a blue cast to it. So what we can do is grab a graduated filter, take it this way, and we're going to add some warmth in that direction. That's kind of going to help even things out a little bit. Now it's still not great, not an awesome situation for lighting, but kind of do what you can. Dial back on the contrast a bit. And we could try darkening things and see how that looks. Play around with your exposure. Sometimes you'll have better results doing one or the other. Okay, this looks all right. Again, for what it is. We've got a really busy background, less than ideal lighting situation. I'm just going to brighten up this gent over here, just so that he matches. He was a little bit too dark. Still looks too dark to me. So what we might do is grab a radial filter, invert it. So we got our mobile spotlight here and just place it on the middle. Make sure we're not adding brightness to this outside area. And we could do another one, but the opposite this time, and just try and darken this area down. So let's go take our whites down a little bit, highlights down, see if we can even things out a bit. Okay, and I think we've taken a little bit too much saturation out of the greens, or we've brightened them too much. It's not feeling super natural to me anymore, so we'll dial that back. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, now these guys' shirts started off white, or some kind of a white blue, and they wound up kind of this weird aqua. So we're going to go into our hue here, try and adjust for that. Something like this is much more accurate. Darken it down. See how much more natural it feels like this than when I try and brighten them way up? It's because naturally, to your eye, in this situation, it looked more like this. They were just darker, so that's why it feels better. Don't try and push it in a way that it never was to begin with, and you'll get better results most of the time. Again, I'm going to try and take the highlight off of that roof a little bit. See if we can even it out. I can add a little bit more pop to this image, maybe some dehaze. Okay, before, after, not too bad. Okay, that is not a fantastic photo, both because the colors feel weird, the white balance feels weird, and the actual framing of it is weird. I think if we start off by cropping in, obviously, and then let's switch it to black and white. I think that actually captures the moment better anyways. And lastly, I'm just going to grab a radial filter here, switch it to our Haze Maskaroo, just so that the focus is really right here on our groom walking down the aisle with his dad. Cool moment. Good. Okay, that actually looks pretty good and natural. Obviously our mom and bridesmaid are a little bit dark, so we'll just do a little brush on them. You can see how much I use this one brush setting. Contrast down, whites up. Nothing complicated about that, but it's very helpful. And then we've got a weird green cast going on her skin. That's honestly just because of all the light reflecting off of these bushes. And she either happens to be standing in a spot that is reflecting more of that than others, Or she just has the whitest skin, so it's picking up more of that than others. So we're just going to correct that. Not too bad. I'm just darkening everything else down just to make them pop out a little bit more. Now, again, I could fiddle with this for a long time, but I think given the situation, it's not really worth it. You know, for the hero shots, meaning the most important shots of the day, maybe you'll give it a try. I just figured I'd reach for the stars here and see if we could spot removal tool that. Laundry hanger. Looks like no luck. Have to take it into Photoshop if you wanted to do that. Anyways, my point being, I don't spend too much time on that kind of thing because I just find, in the end, I want it to look good. I'm going to put more of my energy and time into the shots that mean the most. Okay, so let's darken it down, see how that feels. Something's just off about this particular image. I think it's the white balance. I'm going to reset and sort of start from scratch here. Okay, so you can see how super saturated these greens are. It's no wonder it's looking and feeling very hard to get a handle on. Let's go to our HSL. Saturation. Take the yellow saturation down and the green saturation down. Okay, we're feeling a lot better already. So much so that I'm almost wondering if I should go back and try this on one of these. I don't know which I prefer. I think this one's a lot warmer. Let's just see. When you have harsh lighting like this, especially when you have two different cameras, yeah, I like that way better. Jeez. That's frustrating, but also good because I've improved what I was working with. This is natural-ish, but I kind of like the vibe of the greens of this particular preset a lot better. Although on this image, not so much again. I wish I could do halfway. Probably, we're going to just grab our luminance, increase that a little bit, and that'll kind of give us more accurate result. Anyways, as I was saying, when it comes to really harsh lighting conditions like this, it can be super hard to get your photos consistent and feeling good simply because everything is so different from one photo to the next. You've got such crazy different lighting conditions happening. Even if a cloud goes in front of the sky, it can change the lighting dramatically, right? So I'm just trying to get this reasonably okay. I think this is a black and whiter because the color just is not working with me. Let's see what else we got. This one. We'll give that a try. Okay, again, looking back, I like the warmer one, although at the same time, I'm not digging how warm these greens appear to be. Okay. And that is just part of the game, right? Sometimes you spend more time than you like on these things, but it's worth it in the end. Yeah, that's way better. Way better, people. Okay, so we're going to just sync those across. A little bit too warm. Much better. In this case, I actually like that one better. And this looks good, but we'll just see. I think that's pretty good. Okay, these are all pretty close in terms of the overall vibe, and since I've edited them already, I don't think I'm going to need to do much. Just paste them on there. See how we look. That's fine. Okay. This one, just little side note, I'm now noticing still too cold on this side. Over here, the white balance. So we're going to just grab a new graduated filter. and warm up this one side. Just a bit. It's better. Okay. Now that we've done that, let's head on back to where we were, which was right here. Move on forward. So I could, now that I've kind of found my vibe, I'm feeling good about this preset, we're going to just apply it to the entire ceremony right up until here when they walk out. We'll sync everything except for exposure and local adjustments. And spot removal and crop. You know, just those things. Just to save me a little time, and fingers crossed, that should keep our photos looking pretty consistent and good. Now, I could try and crop in to get rid of this distracting laundry thing, and also get a little closer to this absolutely adorable moment. Warm this up. Good. Now, this side of the photo, brighter than this side, so we're just going to grab our old graduated filter here, brighten it up. Before, after. Just get that exposure right. You want it to be sort of what it would be like if you're actually standing there, right? You don't want to push it too far. That looks great. Looks good. Again, we could try and darken down the highlights there, or just take the clarity down so it's more dreamy in the background. Our options are limited since it's definitely blown out, but I'm going to crop in on this one. And you know what? It actually looks a little crooked, so hit R just to adjust the crop up. This one, very cute, but so far away, so we're just going to zoom in a little bit. And I wish there was someone in this chair. That's unfortunate, but not much I can do about that now. Again, adorable. Perfect. Love this. Love it. Darken it down. What I'm going to do is darken it to about there, and grab our contrast down, highlights up brush. Perfect. Before, after. All right, here's our bride. Now, this particular photo, the light could not be any more harsh. Literally, even if you tried, I doubt you could make it happen. So we're going to try, for starters, doing one of those, bring the contrast all the way down on them in the middle. I'm not so concerned about the rest of the photo, but particularly if we can make this middle part a little bit less crazy contrasty. Darken it just a tad. See if we can save some of those highlights and raise up the shadows. That's about right. Now again, I'm not going to try and fight it. I'm not able to make this look like it was a photo taken with amazing light in the perfect spot, because it wasn't. This is the original. So I'm just going to go with it and do my best to adjust it and move forward. Could you fix it if you absolutely had to? Yeah, you probably could. Head into Photoshop, do some different stuff. But when you're editing a few thousand images or a few hundred images, it really just doesn't make sense from a workflow perspective to do that. Okay, this is going in black and white for the same reason. The light is very harsh, but I think it's quite pretty in black and white. Okay, that's nice. White balance on them is looking really warm, and the reason is all the light is hitting her dress and reflecting up onto both of them, which is insane how much of a difference that makes with color cast. So again, same thing. We're going to take our white balance down on them. Here's before, here's after, so we've just adjusted that. Taking the contrast down, whites up, and we're looking a lot better now. So we can darken it down, then I'm going to raise the shadows on the entire image. Here's before, here's after. Kind of making me think I went a little too cool now. Somewhere around there. Okay, so we can just copy this straight across. Except I'm going to copy my radial filters. That should save us a little time. Love it, very cute. You can see now that the sun isn't hitting the dress directly, you don't have as much color cast coming up on mom and bride. This one, definitely too cold. And again, you've got weird mixed light where it's much brighter on this side than this side. And our bride is pretty much in the dark, so we're going to start with her. Brighten that area up, like so. I try and do my adjustments as absolutely broad as possible. So rather than get the brush and try and brush right on the bride, I'm going to do it over a very large area with a really high feather. My feather is almost always at 100%. And the reason I do it that way is because it's as hard to... it blends better, basically. The more I can make it blended, the better. What I hate is, for instance, on my wedding photos of myself and my wife, you can see on some of the photos, she did an amazing job, but you can see the brush marks. You can see where she brightened us against the background if you look closely and you know what you're looking for. So now I try and avoid that when I can. Okay, so I brightened up this side of the image. I brightened up the bottom of the groom. And I brightened up our bride here. One last thing I could try and do is just to darken the highlights on the groom's face a little bit. It's not perfect. Before, after. Maybe it's a little bit too warm. Cool it down a little. Something like that. We could crop in a bit and just see how that feels. Sometimes it'll feel better. I don't know. What do you prefer? Let me know in the comments. I think I'm going to leave it wide. Okay, that's beautiful. Don't need to do anything with that. What a massive difference switching to that other preset made, hey? Because beforehand, I was literally having to tweak almost every one. Now that I got it dialed in, I'm actually feeling pretty good about these. Just adjusting the exposure, make sure the white balance is right. Again, all of these photos, the boys are very much in the dark, the girls very light. So we're going to grab a radial filter, or not in a radial filter, a graduated filter. Click and drag, and brighten that side of the image up, just to balance things out. If you can balance and smooth out the light, it's going to go a long way. Again, you can see just absolutely unbelievable how bright it is for them. So I'm going to darken it down and expose it for the girls, which is somewhere around there is probably the best middle ground. Then we're going to play the fun game of let's grab a brush, TM, and brighten the rest of this image up. Okay, still not awesome. I'm not going to win any awards, but we kind of did our best. The one other thing I'm noticing is that if you go back and forth, there's some major lens correction that is just making this horrible. Not doing his job, so we're going to turn that off. Oh yeah, way better. Okay, now, two options here. We could deliver it like this. Not ideal, doesn't look great. Again, you should always shoot towards the dark background, not the light one, because the light one, there's nothing we can do with this. Or we could put it in black and white. What would I do? It's hard to say. I don't really love the black and white, but at the same time, the color is certainly less than ideal. I'm going to go with color. Feel like it's the best with what we're working with. Okay, again, we could leave this guy in here because, you know, he's in the moment and might be dad, I'm not sure. Or we could crop him out, get a little bit closer to the action, but our options are kind of limited. I think we're going to go with the wide shot. Adjust it so we're straight up and down. But then we cut off the head of our bridesmaid, so hard to make a decision there. Okay, final answer. Let's try like this. Just remove as many complicated things from the background as possible. I'm also going to get rid of this little plant leaf thing right here. Hopefully I'm going to get rid of it. Okay, let's try that. Okay, now we're going to have to adjust our white balance because these dresses are reflecting some crazy red light onto their faces, and they're in full shade, and the background is full sun. It's pretty much the least ideal situation you could possibly have. So we're going to add some blue, raise the exposure, lower the contrast as much as we can, raise the whites a bit, somewhere around there. And then on these highlights on the shoulder, just paint another brush on there. See if we can get some of that back. Looks like we actually did clip it a little, so that's that. Before, after. It's not perfect, but we're moving on. This is great. A little bit cold. Warm that up. And then over here in the corner, where our bridesmaids are reflecting lights like lighthouses in the night, we're going to cool that down and see if we can darken it a bit. There's only so much we can do here. So this might be a case for let's crop in. Hello. Like that? Yes. The blown out background's not as bad when it's just that, but when it's sort of half blown out, half not blown out, that's when it looks really weird. Okay, this looks okay, except for we've got a very, very kind of orange cast on Jenny, our bride. Jenny Stevens' bride. Be weird if we were sharing. Okay, there we go, that's much better. So before, after, we just brightened it up, cooled it down a little bit. We could maybe brighten a little bit more. Somewhere around there-ish. She's glowing. You don't want to take it too far. The before and after key, that is a keyboard shortcut worth memorizing. It's the little backslash key on your keyboard. All right, and we're not really centered on this. So again, we could try one of these, see how that feels. I think I like that better. But I also like the full image too. I don't know. I'm going to stick with this. Zoom in here, and I am going to just paint a little bit extra on her eyes. Let's see how I like that. Yep, we're going to roll with it. Take the contrast down slightly, because I think that just, it's too far. Something like that. Before, after. Looks okay. Alright. This one, contrast way down, because that's just contrast city. Highlights way down. We'll see what we can get back here. Somewhere around there is probably the happy middle ground. Crop in a little bit. Make sure they're centered. I'm feeling okay about that. Maybe cool it very slightly and add a little bit of that contrast back in. Somewhere around there. I wouldn't go any further. In fact, as it is, it's probably too far, but it looks pretty natural, like we haven't taken it much farther than it was in camera. Okay, this one, again, you can really see this side of the image, very bright, this side very dark. We've got so much clutter going on in the background. We're going to see what we can do about that, but first, let's brighten up this side of the image, just so we blend the light as much as possible. Okay, that's a little bit better. We can maybe raise the highlights on this side. You can see what a massive difference that makes. Now we can darken everything back down. Take our contrast way the heck down because it's just nuts. Okay, somewhere around here is probably where we're going to be working with. Next, I'm going to grab our bride and groom with a Radial Mask. Contrast down on them. Highlights down to see if I can recover the blown out parts on her dress. Shadows up a little bit. And then exposure up a little bit. Okay. Now we're going to do one more mask. And we're going to go with our Dreamy D Haze. Basically, I just don't want this tree to be so in focus. It's just too much. So we're going to dial that back a little bit. But I think that helps. Here's before, and here's after. So it's just darkening everything outside of our bride and groom. Bring a little bit of focus onto them. Before, after. We could add maybe a little bit of saturation back to the greens. Just see how we feel. Okay, that's feeling a lot better. I like the after better than the before, so that's progress. Lastly, our crowd and our gents on this side are looking dark, so I'm just going to brush. Swing, like that. Hello. Something like so. Zoom in here, press O so I can see my mask. Make sure I've masked on both of their faces. Okay. That, my friends, is feeling better. And crop in just a little because we're not quite centered. Okay. Moving on. This one looks pretty good after we adjust our white balance. Not white balance, our exposure. Again, right side is way darker. So we'll brighten that up. And our efficient, very much in the middle of all of the brightness. So we'll grab those highlights, bring them back. Take the shadows up overall. But not too far. Probably around there. Before, after. Not too bad. Okay, that looks all right. Again, don't you love it when it's just partial sun, so every single image you have the joy of editing? Okay, something like that. Take those highlights down. And then use my brush just to erase. I don't want to make him any darker. He's already in the shade. So you can actually erase part of your radial filter. Fun fact. Okay, that looks all right. Maybe a little bit of contrast. Good. Okay, that looks all right. I'm going to have to zoom in to really see what's going on here. That was not effective. Okay. So I'm just going to use a brush really quick on our bride here. Just a couple of hot spots, bridesmaids. This spot. And all I'm going to do is just grab the highlights, bring them down. And my contrast down a bit. Okay. Next, I'm going to zoom back out. And everything that is too dark, I'm going to do a really quick brush. And again, you can see I'm not doing anything super fantastical or detailed. Broad sweeping brush strokes tend to work better overall. Now, one other thing, I don't really think having this big tree is doing us any favors, so I'm going to crop in just a bit. Stick with that. One thing that drives me nuts more than anything is when a photo is crooked. That's a fun fact. So you can see a trend here. We're going to have to keep doing these hot spots because they're just so much brighter than the rest of the image. And one thing, I always find lowering the contrast is preferable to lowering the highlights, because the more you lower the highlights, the more just HDR and strange the whole thing starts to look. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower the exposure so that the brightest part of the image, the bride, is about where I want it in exposure. And then everything else we're going to have to just paint on and brighten up. So, like so. Okay. And then we're going to pull back the contrast, pull back the exposure a little more. Somewhere around there probably is looking good. I'm zooming in. That's one advantage of, yeah, see now I can see we've gone way too far with these highlights. Looks kind of weird. One advantage of actually using a larger screen is you don't have to do that. Sometimes on a small screen it looks good, you zoom in and all of a sudden you see things you never saw before. When I upgraded to a 27-inch iMac, which I use most of the time now for editing, my photos are just better because up front I see these things a lot better and you get a better sense of how it looks on a big screen or a large print. And fun fact, it is always going to look better on the smaller screen, period. That's why in your camera, when you're taking the photos on the day, you're like, oh, this is amazing. And later on you put it into your computer and you're like, what the heck, it's not in focus, or their face is weird, or the white balance was way off. You just don't notice it on a smaller screen. So that's all I have to say about that. Okay, I'm just doing black and white because that one, the color was way crazy. And observing our pattern, we're going to brighten the dark spots. You can see how like lousy of a brush job I'm doing, because it really does not matter that much when you've got really subtle changes happening. But it's significant. It makes a big difference. Okay, that looks good to me. What happened here? That is a white balance mess. And honestly, I think because it's so dark compared to the bridesmaid here in the sun, that's why it looks really weird. So we're just going to go to black and white, save ourselves some trouble. If you want to know how to see that overlay, you just press the O key. Good, and you can see once you do too much with the highlights, it just starts to look really HDR and strange. So you can do a bit, don't go too far. It's kind of best to meet in the middle of both. Don't just try and make the bright parts less bright. Make the darker parts brighter, and kind of meet in the middle so you don't have to go as extreme with that. Trying to get the highlights to look nice. Okay, so that's okay, maybe a little bit too much contrast. Before, after. It's a magic. It's a me, a Mario. Okay, so I could stick with this. It's kind of got its own interesting thing because the couple is in the sun and nice and bright. The background is just a little bit dark for me, particularly the people. Hey, look, it's me. That's fun. Okay, so we're just going to brighten up a few of these elements. So the top of the trees, the boys in the back, maybe the grass down here. Just see how that looks. Yeah, so that's going to make it just feel a lot better. We're not going to go that far. And again, if you just do contrast down and whites up, it's going to be a lot more subtle than if we just took our exposure. Now you can see the brush marks really obviously. Whereas just taking the whites up, it just tends to filter it a little bit more. Here's without it. Here's with it. So we've still got the spotlight on the couple, but it just makes a little more sense, isn't quite so extreme. And we could, if we wanted, raise the shadows up a little bit, bring the contrast down slightly. Before, after. And that's making things look a little desaturated, so I'm going to bring the vibrance up, which is going to help add some color to everything in this grass foliage stuff. Okay, that looks pretty good. This one almost looks like it's straight out of camera. That's how kind of natural it looks. But let's grab our white balance and warm it up a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of this photo for whatever reason. I just don't like the vibe. I think I'm going to go with black and white. Even though color looks fine. Black and white, I'm feeling. Yep. And we've got a weird speck, so let's get rid of that too. Hey, here's a question for you. What kind of music do you like to listen to when you edit? It's kind of interesting when I'm recording. I don't have any music to edit to, so I'm just kind of talking to myself, mumbling incoherently. But it is really one of my favorite things to just sit down and edit, put some good music on, sort of tune everything else in life out for a bit. So you can see 99% of my brushwork, contrast down, whites up, and that's it. I'm either inverting it or I'm slightly adjusting the white balance. That's all there is to it. Before, after. That actually looks pretty good. Maybe can add a little contrast, and that's it. White balance. It's a little off here, mostly just on his face. So we'll brighten it up, cool it down a little, add some green because for some reason it's really warm. Good. Highlights down a bit, contrast up a little bit. Before, after. It's probably a little far actually, slightly too bright. good. Works for me. It's amazing the difference between these two cameras. Both were Canon 5D Mark IIIs, but I can tell there's a big difference. This camera, a lot colder. This one just adds some warmth and yellowness to it. So even if you've got the exact same camera in two different bodies, the exact same body just times 2, if that makes any sense, you can still have differences in color, which is crazy. Okay, so let's grab our whites, bring that down, highlight, see if there's anything to recover. Yeah. Darken everything down. That looks nice. Before, after. Cool it. It's always fun when you're editing a friend's wedding because you can actually sort of be like, oh, I'm so happy for them, even though it's 5 years later. Anybody else get that way? Okay, grab those highlights, bring them down. Contrast up a little bit, and I'm actually going to bring the whites up a little, and I'm hoping that's going to add some more pop to the image without making it look too contrasty. Or it's just going to be ridiculous, I don't know. Before, after, yeah, that looks alright. Okay, that's pretty much an identical photo twice, so unfortunately I like the second one better, so I'm going to copy those settings, remove that one, paste those settings, and we're good. Okay, this is okay, but obviously we've got a very bright spot right on her face. So we'll just reset that, pull the highlights down, exposure down a little bit, shadows up. Okay, now I can raise the exposure of everything a little. Maybe not. We're going to do one more. Again, meet in the middle, so we're going to grab the parts of this image that are still way too dark, brighten them up. Okay, now again, not a super important photo to the day, so that's probably all the work I'm going to put into it. This one's super cute. I like it. Like so. I think that's about right. I'm liking the vibes. Yeah, we've got some blown out highlights and stuff, but sometimes that's actually okay. In the sense that it could be a creative choice, and that's what I'm going for. It's maybe a little cold. Warm it up slightly. Okay, options. I could go like this and then brighten them up, and then we're going to get way better kind of greens and blues and everything else. So we're going to try that. Just do a really rough mask on them. Whites up. Okay, exposure up slightly. So here's before, here's after. We've added quite a bit of brightness. Now we're going to raise the exposure of everything, meet in the middle. Somewhere around there. Looks pretty good. I can maybe cool down their skin a little bit. Like that. Okay, works for me. This I think would be really cool in black and white. It's also kind of cool in color. I don't know. Black and white. That's what I'm vibing. Lovely. I love this. I'm going to leave it exactly as is. Maybe just crop in a little on them. I love that so much. I think it's super cute. The perfect crop. Where is it? Probably there. When you're shooting, do your very best to shoot a little bit wide, because you can always crop in. But later on, if you're like, oh man, I wish I could just move this over a little bit, can't do it. Maybe they'll invent a camera one day, and it will allow you to do that. Its main feature will be we intentionally show you this framing, but it's actually 10 mil wider, and you can change it later in post. Wouldn't that be a handy feature? So if you're a little crooked, or you're just off by a little bit, problem solved. So, if someone comes out with that, you can give me the royalties for my genius idea. I won't mind. Okay, this looks okay. We've got some major distortion happening with this lens, and I'm just wondering if Lightroom's doing that or if it's helping. I actually prefer without the lens corrections. So I'm going to shut that off and then go manual and just add a little bit of vignette compensation like that. Before, after. I think that's pretty much perfect as is. I love this girl so much. It's so cute. I feel like I'm saying cute way too much. That's okay. Maybe. Let's take a poll. If I'm saying cute too much, leave a comment. And actually, you know what? This looks good to me. I'm going to follow my own rule and just dial back the contrast a little bit. When in doubt, don't overdo it. This looks good. Maybe a little bit cool. Warm it up. And I think that's all right. You don't have to do a whole bunch on every photo, Ryan, is what I tell myself. Okay, here's our kiss photo. We're going to zoom in, and that's definitely a black and white. Good. We could try darker. I think something like that. And really quickly, I'm just going to brush on her face. We're both going to brighten it and add some texture and some sharpness because it's kind of soft. Good. I like that. That'll work. Okay, same one. We're going to do the same thing with shutting off our lens corrections because they're stupid. It's the thing about Lightroom. Most of the time it's really great. Sometimes it just isn't right. Okay, now here's a bummer. This dude, just not in it. Not in that moment. Why do you hate love? Maybe there's a story there. Okay. Once more. Looks good to me. We're going to grab our contrast, bring that down. Take an extra second just to brighten up the crowd. This is great. I feel like they didn't tell us this was happening, and that's why we didn't get photos of them coming down the aisle. And by feel like, I'm 90% certain that's what happened. Because I'm really bummed I don't have this photo in the other direction. But you know, they both have great behind outfits, I guess. And then we got some of the wedding party, so there's that. I don't know what happened. This is one of those, what were you thinking, Ryan, of the past situations. Okay. And again, this side is way darker than the other side, so we'll just compensate. Okay, now, why are the colors on this photo so hideous? Answer, white balance / just light. What's happening is the sun is hitting this barn. They're standing right beside this brown, red, whatever barn, and it's reflecting this brown, red light, as well as all of their dresses are reflecting their pink light. There's just a lot of weird lighting going on. So even if I grab my white balance and take it way cooler, it's still going to feel kind of weird and off. It's also so harsh that the camera can't even keep up with the dynamic range going on. So, what is our answer in this situation? Probably a black and white. And then a little brush just to brighten up Jenny's face. A swing. Good. And you know what? We've got some distracting elements, aka our groom here chilling in the background, so let's just crop that out. This is the most intimate of bro moments, that is for sure. Okay. That looks a lot better. Honestly, I think the reason is because this one, we've got so much light from their pink dresses. That must be it, and that's why it was so orange compared to this one. Same kind of spot, much more manageable colors. Or two different cameras. That might just be the difference between my camera and Levi's camera, who was the second shooter. Okay. These guys are so great. It's always amazing when you see a family that's that close. That's Steven, and that's Steven's sister. And I think it's super cute. So, I mean, I could grab and copy the white balance across all of these photos. I don't know how helpful that would be because there's only a handful of them and 2 different cameras moving around. We'll see. We'll try it. Copy that. And of course, I didn't copy the white balance because that's how smart I am. Oh, I guess I did. Lightroom's just slow. Take my contrast down a little because it's just so crazy bright. That works. Do a quick paint on his face. And take our white balance down. You can see that it really just needed a little bit of a cool down to correct for all that pink. Meanwhile, over under the shade of the trees, all the light is green. So you just got to be aware of that. What's reflecting and creating strange lighting. All right, so probably around there feels good. We've got weird hot spots on their faces. And I have this hunch that I'm going to have the pride and joy of actually going through and doing this to pretty much every photo in this set. So today's wedding certainly is not going to be an example of my fastest workflow for the simple reason that when the lighting is harsh and you've got to do a lot of this kind of work, it just takes longer. That's all there is to it. Okay, now I could also go in and fix stuff like this. How his boutonniere kind of is shedding. I definitely am not going to do that on all the photos because that would take all day. And really doesn't add much. The way I approach it is, you know, this is real life. We're not trying to play pretend. I'll fix something if it's super obvious and needs fixing and doesn't take too much time, but otherwise that's okay. I want to keep it real. And you just need to make sure you communicate that to your clients. Once in a while, I'll get a request for, you know, a Photoshop job that's going to take a little bit more to make happen. And if that's the case, I'll just let them know, you know, I do basic touch-ups, that's included. Otherwise, I charge an hourly rate for whatever you want. I'm happy to do it, but because it takes so much more time, I just have to build that in there. And I've never had someone resist that. So there. Okay, so here we have a classic case of really warm white balance over here in the shade, really cool over here in the sun, and strange colors abound from all of the light from these leaves, and it's just not a fun situation. So we're going to start by brightening up this side because it's way darker. Grabbing our white balance, cooling it down until we're somewhere in the area of even between this side and this side. That's looking close-ish. Now I'm going to adjust my exposure to where it kind of should be, about there. And we're going to paint a brush on our crowd to brighten them up. Swing. Take the contrast down and highlights down a little bit. Okay. So we've gone from here to here. Now it's looking way too contrasty. We'll dial that back. I think that's pretty good. Not perfect, but pretty good. There's also some weird warpage going on from the lens correction, so I'm going to shut that off. At least shut off the profile corrections, go to manual, and just add some vignette compensation. And there you have it, folks. Before, after. So I'm adding some pink magenta to cancel out all the green from these leaves. I'm adding some contrast, and then we're going to try raising the shadows because the colors felt weird when it was here, so I don't know. I'm not the world's greatest expert on all these things, but oftentimes it's just about adjusting the light. Once you get it nice, even, soft-ish feeling lighting, everything just tends to work better. That's okay. Okay, now we got 1,500 of these crowd photos, so I'm going to copy everything in this one, but I'll take another couple of seconds to make sure I got it really dialed in and everything looks good and nice and, you know. So I'm going to brighten up the few people who are still kind of dark. Brighten? Lighten? You know what I mean. Okay, that's looking all right. And then maybe just add some brightness overall, so it doesn't look super obvious that we've brushed a bunch. Something like that. Now, got this image where I'm happy with it. We can copy our brush, all of our filters, go over here, and with any luck, we'll be somewhere in the ballpark without too much adjustment. I'm going to sync that. Yeah, probably not because there's only one more group photo. Do a little preview. Yeah, that's okay. Grandma over here, I think it's Grandma or Auntie or whoever it is. A little bit dark, so we'll just adjust her face. Adjust your face. Cute. And I'm not going to bore you with spending too much more time on those. I probably wouldn't spend a lot more than that, but I would go and be a little bit more fussy if it wasn't for the fact that I've already edited this wedding, already given these guys these pictures, so I think we're fine for today. Now, options here. The sky, very blown out. We can either just enhance that by blowing it out even more and kind of getting rid of that weird blue tinge. Not like that. Contrast down, maybe the texture down and the clarity down. Something like that, make it sort of like a sun flare. Or we can go the other route and we can try and recover some of it, take the highlights down. But it looks like we've already lost that battle before it started. So I personally am leaning towards, let's just exaggerate it. Get our exposure right. Somewhere around there. I don't know. Maybe just leave it. Let's do that one. We'll just brighten up our subjects a little bit. Works for me. I'm going to copy that. Now I would have just desaturated the blues to kind of compensate for this weird bluishness up in the top. I find it's less distracting if you just get rid of it. But because these guys are wearing blue on their outfits, it just wouldn't work. So if you really wanted to, you could go into Photoshop for that. I'm going to brighten up this part of the image because it's a little darker. And Mom's face, just a bit. Okay. It's amazing the difference exposure makes, right? Your photo might look like this, just feels wrong. You lower the exposure a little bit, all of a sudden everything starts to work. Now we just need to, you guessed it, brush onto these guys, just brighten things up. And I want to make sure my brush marks aren't obvious, so I'm intentionally going way over the area that I need to cover. Good. That's looking okay. Before, after. Okay, and I'm actually probably going to get my exposure sort of in the ballpark, say around there. I might see if I can do something about this blue up here in the top. We could possibly go in here and see if we can defringe it. I don't know if that's going to count as fringing in Lightroom's eyes. Sometimes Lightroom will be like, yeah, sure, I'll remove that. Sometimes not. So instead, I'm going to try the HSL. We'll grab our blue saturation, play with it. See how it's exaggerating up here? And it's not making that much of a difference in their outfits, so I'll pull it back a little bit. I can actually raise the luminance up, and that might make it slightly less obvious as well. Other than that, the only thing I could do is a very localized adjustment. Go up here and actually brush on there, add some warmth, which will cancel out the blue. or desaturate, or brighten it up, you know, different stuff like that you could try. But I don't think that's really helping. So we're just going to roll with it. Again, if you can get this right in camera, go for the darkest background you could. This is the darkest one I could find in the area, but, you know, it would have been better if I had been slightly higher up and then shot down at them rather than it looks like I was shooting kind of at waist height. I wouldn't have had this bright sky. I would have been aiming down, and then the background would have been all dark instead of mostly dark. Okay, so we have family photos all the way up until here. So I'm just going to sync these changes across, and actually let's try that again. And I'm going to sync it, but with exposure as well. You can tell this is a 2015 MacBook Pro because it's sort of struggling right now. Okay, try this again. Keep going, and with any luck, we won't have many major adjustments to make here. We'll just do the odd one like this, just to level out the amount of brightness on all of our various models. Hello, come on, you can do it. Again, I know there's hot spots that need correcting, and you could maybe mess around with those. I'll take the contrast down a little bit, the blacks down a little bit. Maybe not. Find the middle ground. Somewhere around there, I think, works for me. All depends how fussy you want to be and what your clients expect, obviously. You want to do the best work you can, and if it fits your work and what you've shown them, then that's okay too. You don't want to overpromise that you're going to do a whole bunch of super fancy Photoshop work and then you get yourself into trouble. That's one thing. A lot of people are really great at photography, but as far as the actual running a business part of the whole thing goes, that's where they struggle. They overcommit, they take too much on. You wind up with way too much work and you just can't handle because you're not charging enough or you're promising too much. So, avoid that. End of story. You know what? I am going to fix her flowers, though. That's driving me certifiably nuts. Better. Not great, but better. Okay. So I'm exposing for the background. Then I'm going to paint on them. Brighten that area up. And one more just for you because you seem to be in shadow. Not too bad. Before, after. Okay, that white balance is not right. Let's try some around there. Again, if it feels weird, try just messing with your exposure. Oftentimes that's the issue. And the fact that I've got 3 different adjustment layers going on here. We'll just start over. Contrast down, whites up, maybe brighten it, see what I can get away with, probably to about there. Do it again. So I'm kind of doing successive layers of this in very strategic, and by very strategic I mean slightly strategic ways. So I'm not brightening the entire area that they're on, just the parts that look dark to try and even it out. Okay, somewhere around there feels okay to me. That works. Maybe I could just hum for the next hour and a half. And it'll be like one of those, you know, this is your study playlist songs. It'll be like that, but with editing at the same time. And me humming instead of good music. Okay, that, very far gone. We're just going to do a black and white because I think that'll look great. That works. Okay, that That is literally horrible. So let's just dial that back for a second. Get rid of whatever's up here. Something like that. Sure. Cute. Alright, so we're caught in the middle of it's either way too dark or these hotspots are so bright that everything is ruined. So we're going to have to start with our exposure here. I'm going to clear all of these adjustment brushes, because sometimes you just got to start from scratch. Then I'm going to go over them one at a time. Now, one option we could look at is doing a range mask. I'm going to try that in a second here. But honestly, doing it like this doesn't take too long. Okay, contrast down, all the way, whites up, all the way. You see how kind of transparent that is? It makes a big difference, but it's not super obvious where I've brushed and where I haven't. Ish. That is. Also, if you hold the Alt key on your keyboard, that will pull up and toggle between the brush and the eraser. So if you just need to erase, hold Alt. Don't go all the way down here and select your eraser every time. Waste of time. Okay, so that is round one. Round two, let's just try really roughly. I'll just show you what I'm doing. Clicking once on each of their faces. Then we're going to go down to Range Mask, go to Color, and take my eyedropper and put it on some skin. So now you can see we've sort of isolated the skin a little bit. So we can do the exact same thing with the contrast down, whites up, but this time maybe pull back the highlights a little to try and recover some of that stuff going on. Now that honestly is probably the best I'm going to get it. Here's before and here's after, and then if I grab my exposure overall to bring everything up, it's still just too far gone. I could continue to mess around, right? But let's do black and white. We already have a nice family photo. So with the black and white, on top of all those adjustments we made, I think it actually looks quite nice. Except for I'm now noticing these two lovely ladies are just plain too dark. So let's correct that really quick. His face there is too dark, beard there is too dark. You can see this is quite involved if you're not smart enough to get it right in camera to begin with. Now it's starting to look way too edited. It's a slippery slope, man. It's a slippery slope. Okay, this one I'm going to roll with. I'm just going to really quickly adjust our three lovely people on the end here. And I think that's fine. Given this situation, given what we're working with, we could also grab a graduated filter, since it seems like the left side, again, is the dark side. Contrast down, whites up. Highlights down a little bit. Before, after, not too bad. And then just on their faces. Of course, we got these other adjustment brushes that maybe are making things far worse. Yep. Always check. Okay, that one I don't need. So I'll get rid of that. That looks pretty good. Let's try. Okay, I'm happy with that. Now there's that hot spot on Steven's forehead. We'll just take care of that. Hello. Highlights down. Better. Okay, we already have a photo of this couple, and this I just don't like. We've got the hot spots. I don't want to deal with it. And they're not brothers or sisters, so I think it's okay. That's kind of my rule. If it's a good photo, I'll keep it. If it's not a good photo and just represents a whole lot of work for not a lot of payoff, well, then I'm not going to sweat it too much. Okay, that looks all right. We'll just do a really quick fix the highlights brush. Contrast down, highlights down. It's the little things. Okay, skin tones are kind of on this. I think we could maybe add a little pink, but because of her dress, it's sort of a real balancing act between the green cast of all of this greenery around them and also the pink cast of this dress. So I think that's probably the best middle ground we can find. Again, this photo not flattering really to anybody, and we have 2 photos with Mom, so I think that's okay. And just so you know, when I delete it from the disk, I also have this on a separate hard drive as well, a backup, so I'm not totally throwing caution to the wind here and deleting these photos. I'm just deleting them off of my local hard drive. Okay, I think that looks nice. And we've been around this way before, just not a fan, so we'll remove that. Okay, and all of a sudden the white balance did changeth. I think it's a cute photo, but given the fact that it's so blown out, I'm going to put it in black and white. And I have a bunch of different black and whites, but I've just been using the more clean one so far. Probably 3. 3 is what I'm feeling. I could go with more of a vintage feeling, but I think I want to keep it consistent, and I want to keep it timeless. Alright, I'm just doing one more brush here, and we're going to brighten that area up a little bit, shadows up a little. And one more on this little cutie. Like a so, like a so. Feels good. And Steven's kind of dark, so let's add a little brightness. Oh boy, we've created some issues here. So let's just take a step back. There's our before, there's our after. We're not too far here. We just need to save these highlights on Jenny's face, on Stephen's forehead, and on her arm. Contrast down, highlights down. How are we doing? Probably darken everything and that'll fix it. Still not great. Still not really loving it, so we're going to go black and white. Good. That's cute. Other than Stephen being too dark, so once again, brighten things up like that. Okay, moving on. But then I noticed that she's just too dark. You know? You can tell this is really real and unrehearsed. In the past, maybe I would have pretended, paused the video, kept going, but you deserve reality. And reality is, nobody gets it right the first time. Everybody misses stuff once in a while, no matter how long you've been doing this, and has to go back and redo it and all that good stuff. Okay, so we've got some major highlights on Jenny's face. I'm hoping I can pull back. Like a so. The radial filter, man. I love it. I love it a lot. That was the ticket. Before, after. Looks pretty good. And I love how natural that crown looks. Just the colors. I'm happy with them. Which is good. Okay, so you might be wondering, why are these greens so ugly? How do I make them look better? At least if you're me, you are wondering that. My answer to you, dear friend, well, you can mess around with your contrast and your exposure, and that'll make a big difference. However, if you've got greens that started off just extremely saturated neon green, there is not much you're going to be able to do to make that look like beautiful desaturated greens like you would see in California or the desert, that kind of thing. One very interesting fact for you, I did a ton of weddings up here in Canada prior to moving down to LA. And once I moved to LA, all of my shoots just started getting so much better or easier to edit when it came to greens. And the reason is the plants they have there actually are a different color of green, and so that particular green just looks better on photo. It's easier to edit. It's more of a desaturated, darker kind of situation. Okay, we've got a lot of pictures with Mom. I am sort of wondering how much effort I should go to, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna plow through. Hello, correct your really warm skin. Brighten things up a bit. Okay, now she's glowing a little, so I took that too far. So I'm just going to erase off of Jenny a bit. Okay, that's better. And maybe a little bit too warm still. Good. They just keep coming. It's the problem when you have people who are just lovely, like Stephen and Jenny. They've got too many friends and family who love them. Some weddings, it's like, oh, there's 10 family photos and that's it. I'm happy for them. I'm just not super happy for me at this moment. Just kidding. It's great. And hopefully it's helpful. And honestly, editing group photos can be some of the trickiest parts, and taking group photos. So here's my rules for taking group photos while we're just sitting here doing more of the same old, same old. Step 1, do your biggest group first. So if they want to do like a full group photo as part of the shoot, I always ask the officiant to announce it and that people stay in their seats or stay nearby, and you do that big photo first. The reason is Uncle Ed goes to the bathroom, Nana has to go get a cookie, I don't know, stuff like that. People wander off and it just becomes impossible to get later, or it takes way too long. So that's the first thing. Start with your big group first, and then do one side of the family, then the other side of the family, and work from big group down. Good English, Ryan. Work from big group down. But hopefully you understand what I mean. So I would start with Steven's side of the family, and we get everybody on Steven's side of the family. Big group photo. Then you have just Steven, parents, kids, or siblings. Then you have Steven and parents, then Steven and each sibling, then that kind of a thing. So you do everything from the bigger group, get smaller, then you do Jenny's whole family, get smaller, and work from there. That's going to be your most efficient way of doing it, because instead of looking for people and adding people in, you're just starting with everybody and then letting people go as they're no longer needed. Also, getting them to have a photo list is a suggestion I would absolutely say you should do. It makes a huge difference. And I will ask somebody, I'll ask the bride ahead of time to designate someone as the photo list tracker. So then that way I can actually just be taking photos, and that photo list tracker is gathering the next group as I'm sitting there taking the photo. Because when you're trying to do both yourself, there's this just a whole lot of wasted time when you're looking for people, and if you have someone lining that up for you ahead of time, it makes a big difference. And the reason I get someone from the wedding to do it is they actually know all these family members, whereas to me it's like, okay, I need Aunt Berta, but who is she? Where is she? I wouldn't even know her if I saw her, right? Okay, I feel like I've done these photos already. It's deja vu, but there's only the one, so we're just going to roll with it. I'm going to reset all of these adjustment brush stuff. Do it once more. Contrast down, whites up. Let's work our magic, Ryan. So those are my family photo group rules. What else? Getting them to do the cheer. Just being confident in what you're doing. Confidence is an amazing thing in terms of what it does for other people. You don't have to even know what you're doing. You just have to act like you know what you're doing, and people will trust you and do what you need them to and just follow along and perform better themselves. So even if you're not super comfortable with these group photos, if you put on a big smile and you have energy, people are going to reflect that. Your life is a mirror, and what you put out there into the world, especially as the photographer, posing people, moving people around, that's what you're going to get. So if you're wondering why people just aren't smiling, they're not having a great time, maybe it starts with you having a great time yourself and just having fun yourself, enjoying what you are doing, being confident with what you're doing. If you're not comfortable, everybody else there is going to be uncomfortable. And that is what I have to say about that. All right, we're getting close here. About 15 adjustment brushes later, and you can see I'm just slowly layering. First I was doing everybody, now I'm just doing a few people who are still dark. Grandma's got to shine, that's the important part. That could be a movie title. Grandma's Gotta Shine. And it's about a grandma who is 96 and enters a beauty pageant somewhere because, I don't know, she needs purpose in her life, and that's as far as I've got in my screenplay written just now. Okay, we are finally, ladies and gentlemen, in the photo shoot. We're going to adjust this blue shirt. Okay, options. Option A, we keep this supernatural. Option B, we could mess around with the colors, see what we got going on in these other filters. For example. And of course, this natural wedding pack is really just meant for keeping things natural, not doing some super crazy tones. If I checked out some of my other presets, we might be able to find something interesting. Wait for it. Let's try the Film Looks pack. Now, am I actually going to do this? No, I'm just seeing and experimenting. Sometimes, you want to post a photo on Instagram. It can be helpful to have something that's a little bit more edited and not natural, if that's your vibe. Of course, a lot of those edited photos, that's the issue with an edited photo. Unless all of your other stuff looks like this, it just looks awful, right? You want to be consistent. So, and unless your lighting conditions actually work for that, of course. It's another thing people make the mistake of doing often is they will assume that the preset is going to give them the look they want. Really, 90% of what's going on is happening in your camera before you ever take it into Lightroom. And if those ingredients aren't there, you're not going to be able to do it, no matter how much tweaking you're doing, if that makes any sense whatsoever. So people often ask or wonder, how do I edit like India Earl or your favorite photographer, right? And then they will go out and they'll buy India Earl's presets. They'll take them home. They'll be super excited. They'll apply it to this photo and they'll be like, why? Why does this not work? These presets are awful. When in fact, they ignore the fact that this photo was taken super harsh lighting. We've got really weird greens in the background. Things are overexposed and blown out. So no matter what you do, that's just the reality of your photo. Whereas if you look at your favorite photographer's work, most of those photos are probably taken with perfect lighting conditions, on overcast days. And so they've got a really nice aesthetic to them simply because the photo itself, the original raw coming out of the camera, is bomb. I guarantee you, if you were given some of the raw files from your favorite photographer and you took them into Lightroom, you would feel like a Lightroom god. Simply because they're so easy to edit when the light is right. And when the white balance is right and things are exposed properly and framed properly and you've got nice colors going on. But you can see what a massive difference even just stuff like getting your exposure and your white balance set are. So here's before. Let's back up. Back way up. Okay, so here's our before photo. And then I just made those couple of adjustments and we wind up there. So that's a pretty radical difference too. So I'm not saying presets don't help and can't be amazing. It's just you got to start with the right ingredients if you want to make a cake. You got to have your flour, your sugar, your eggs, your butter. Look how good I am at listing cake ingredients. Okay, so I just blew out the sky on purpose because I don't feel like it's adding to the shot. And I'm just going to warm it up a little bit and erase it off the trees a little. There. So here's before, here's after. I could try and recover the sky, but in this case, I'm actually just going to blow it out, save a little time. It's not integral to my vision. Good. We just brighten up the couple a little bit. extend this radial filter out so it's really subtle. Before, after. And we could darken everything down if we wanted, and probably crop in a little bit towards them. Okay. Works for me. That's cute. Warm it up a little bit. Take our highlights down. Now again, we're shooting in the middle of the day, high noon, so this is the harshest possible light we could have had. There's not much you can do about that fact. We just have to roll with it. We can try and take our highlights down a little, but you can see we've clipped it. It's gone forever. So I can try taking my clarity down a little bit, my sharpness down a little bit, and that's going to help make it less gruesome of a blown out area, but I can't get rid of it. Before, after, we could darken it down a little bit more still, and then just brush on Steven to make him a little brighter. Something like that. Let's do the same with Jenny. Your eye's naturally drawn to the brightest part of the image, so that'll just help with that a little bit. Before, after. Nice. Okay, that photo's actually pretty cool. Both in white balance and in content. We're going to brighten this area up. And we're going to grab our contrast, bring it way the heck down. Bring the contrast of the overall photo down, and then darken things a little. It's kind of a compromise, right? You want to balance the amount of dynamic range you can get versus keeping it looking normal. And I'm just going to use the spot removal tool to hopefully remove a couple of these boys. Zoom in here, do a better job because that was horrible. Hello, boy. Come on. Anyone else feel like Lightroom's spot removal tool has actually gotten worse in their newer versions? I feel like it used to do a pretty good job of auto-detecting where it was going to remove it from, but now it intentionally finds the other spots to replace it with. It's just boggles the mind a little. Okay, so you can see that a little bit. For our purposes, you understand what I'm doing. Right. Right. And I'm just going to brush a little on Steven, a little on Jenny, and do my add texture just to sharpen them. I'm feeling good about that. Before, after. Definitely our lens corrections are overcompensating. So let's take our profile, disable that, see how that looks. Okay, so we want that on, but just less vignette compensation. Somewhere around there maybe works for me. Rinse and repeat. Yeah, if you have an overcast day and you're lucky to have a rainy day wedding, life is just so much easier to edit. There's another photo shoot that I'm going to edit here in a couple of weeks, probably for the channel, that was shot and it was raining all day long. And that was pure magic, my friends. You literally can take almost any presets and it looks awesome because the raw files themselves are so beautifully lit. Just ready to go. Okay, different options here. We could do a black and white. That might be cool. For now, I'm going to leave it in color. This is really cool. We're just going to remove that. And I might even remove these guys since it shouldn't be too hard. If it's easy, I'm going to do it. Good. I'm happy. What a big difference that makes. And again, our vignette compensation going way too hard, Lightroom. Fix yourself. Somewhere around there, darken things down. Probably about there is ideal. Now that's made this corner of the image too dark, so we're just going to balance it out. 90% of the editing I do is simply just correcting light, trying to even things out overall. So you can see what a massive difference that made before. After, that's maybe a little too far. Good. Okay, this one feels weird. I think it's probably because the lighting was so harsh. I'm going to do black and white because I don't really like the colors and I don't want to fight it. I think black and white will be cool though. Yes. Yeah, I'm into that. Works for me. Maybe crop in a little. Okay, this is just a little crooked. Hit R, pull up your crop tool. Bada bing, bada boom. Remove these couple of boys. Yeah, that's it, Lightroom. You definitely want to replace that with tree foliage. Good guess. And that, again, 2 for 2. Okay, that's okay. Deep breath, Ryan. Be grateful. Hello. Interesting how different the color is on this particular shot. I think maybe it's just because of a white balance. Again, we've got lots of color. I'm not liking the colors so much in this photo, so we're going to go with a black and white. Cool. And we're going to just place a little more emphasis on them by adding one of our Brooding Dehaze Darken filters. Dial it back a little because I don't want it to be that dehazy. Around there. Before, after. Meanwhile, in 1865. Okay, that's kind of cute. But I think it'd be better like that. Again, we're just going to place a little emphasis on them. Contrast down, whites up. Invert that bad boy. Love it. Before, after. The first time I edited these photos, I did a horrible job because I wanted it to be something it wasn't. I was fighting to get this water to look like, you know, glacier greeny aquamarine blue. And the truth is, it just wasn't originally like that, and so I wound up making a mess. That's what happened, dear reader. Okay, so I'm just trying to brighten them up a little bit. Let's do one more with a radial filter. With our classic contrast down, whites up, invert. With our apostrophe key and Guten Tag. Now, this might be better as a black and white. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. But I am going to put their eye line somewhere on that upper 2/3 area. Maybe correct it slightly to be level. And that we're going to stick with. This one's really, really cute. Again, not in love with the colors. I think black and white would be amazing. Yes, I'm into that. Okay, something has gone wrong. So let's just back it up. There we go. I don't know if I want the end of the canoe. Like, on the one hand, I wish this photo were just slightly wider. We're going to increase the contrast a little bit. And then on them, you guessed it, do the old contrast down, whites up a bit. And that will get rid of some of this over contrastiness. I have some seriously good vocabulary in these videos. Over contrastiness. Okay, this again, I'm feeling black and white. It's like Lewis and Clark. That's what's happening. That's cute. A little more contrast. A little bit brighter. And I think that's fine. We've just got so many photos that are awesome. Adjust our exposure. Oh yeah. Isn't it interesting how much more green the water is? So we're going to crop in, just because I don't like that sandy shore. Line them up somewhere on that first third line. We're definitely going to darken down the rest of this water. Like so. So what I'm doing is I'm raising the exposure on them, then I'm lowering the exposure on everything. Somewhere around there. Get it to where you think it's good, and then dial it back a little. Good. Okay, this one, honestly, I thought it was really cool at the time. Now I just think it's sort of this weird yellowish mess because of the color of that foliage. I could try a different preset. that might have slightly nicer greens. Sure, let's stick with that. Now, it is looking a little bit dark everywhere except for where they are. So in this case, we'll do it the other way. Instead of darkening them, we'll brighten everything else. And actually raise the highlights up. Okay, before, after. And now we have canoe photos. I like this, except for the ground is way too bright. And just everything is way too bright, really. I want to bring more focus onto them. Easiest way to do that, darken down everything else. It'll feel a lot more wonderful and magical in the middle of the forest. Hard to describe, very easy to show. Right, so we're just going to paint everywhere except for them and the canoe. Super rough. Bring our exposure down. What a massive difference, hey? Here's before, here's after. Colors look great all of a sudden. And you couldn't have done that if you were just adjusting the exposure and the white balance. Going to do kind of the same thing here, only this time with a radial filter. Raise the exposure so that they're brighter. Something like that. Take it one step further and just paint on canoe, a swoosh. Paint on them, a swoosh. Dial it back because we took it way too far. Somewhere like that. Feels good. Before, after. So again, nothing about this is hard. Honestly, there's a photographer friend of mine who I actually did a workshop with. His name is Daniel Hahn. You can see his workshop on Signature at his shop. And he is a travel photographer. So he does some amazing travel photography, blows my flipping mind. And I said, hey, Daniel, would you be willing to just, kind of do a little workshop, share how you edit, we can watch your editing style, and etc. And I was amazed because he said, yeah, sure. He comes over, and he's sitting there, and 90% of what he's doing, I thought he was going to be doing amazing Lightroom tricks and all sorts of stuff I've never seen. Most of it was just dodging and burning, just very selectively, going through here, lowering the exposure a little bit, raising the exposure of something else a little bit, and you just do that incrementally, 5% at a time, making these little adjustments, little improvements to your image over and over and over again, and it adds up. And that's the difference between a really great photographer / editor and someone who just is okay, is those tiny little differences that they do consistently, and they all stack up to make a huge difference in the end. So that's something I'm still working on. So, just coloring. We want to darken everything except for them. Before, after. Now, I'm not a big fan of these lenses anymore. Definitely don't shoot like this, but the photo's not bad. We're going to grab one more radial adjustment, and I'm actually going to do a sun flare in the top, since there already kind of is one happening. Oh yes, that's perfect. Just kidding. So we're going to grab that. Now we're going to make it way more subtle. And if you don't have this brush preset, go ahead, pause the video, copy these settings. We're basically just getting rid of contrast, adding some warmth, a little bit of saturation and color. That's it. It's pretty simple. And honestly, that's just way too much for me. I hate it. So, let's try getting rid of the color. That's better. Maybe. Marginally. I think it's overall just distracting. It's okay. I am going to brighten down here, though, because I think now it's too dark by comparison. And darken everything. Before, after, final. Alright, I love these photos. I think they're the cutest, the bestest. Again, same situation. We're just going to darken everything else down, raise the brightness overall, pump a little bit more contrast into it, and call it a day. I'm going to copy this because now we have kind of the same framing over again. Do a radial filter, same situation. We're going to brighten up the middle, Darken everything else down. And once more. Dial it back, because I've probably taken it too far. And yes, I just noticed this area is way too bright, so do a selective one for right here, where we grab our highlights, bring those down. Before, after. Was it worth that much work? You know what? Probably. It's a cool wedding. And it didn't take that long. Right, like how long did that take? 4 seconds? And what a big difference between this and this. Okay, so now we have their faces in the shot, but they're all in shade. So I'm just going to, you guessed it, contrast down, whites up. That's literally the name of the game. And one more to darken down the forest around them. Works for me. Gonna crop in a little bit. Cool. Cool Cats. The nickname of my band in high school. Just kidding. Or should I say just kidding? Same situation. We're just going to selectively brighten up their faces a little bit. Not too much so it doesn't look weird. Okay, I want the exposure to sit around there. And then we're going to grab the brightest parts of this image, the forest mainly, and darken them down. Okay, now what's going on here? It honestly looked, I thought it was a digital artifact because this is so perfectly straight. And then I realized that's just a tree. But it is weird, isn't it? It looks like here's a dark part of the image and then here's an issue. Oh well. Okay. Rinse and repeat, people. I promise we'll get on to something interesting soon. In the meantime, chat amongst yourself. Sometimes going full screen can help see what the photo's going to look like. Now I can tell, okay, they're just not bright enough. I'm going to have to fix that. Now the only problem is the more of this you do, the harder Lightroom is working. And on an old MacBook Pro, while I'm also recording a screencast, things get a little laggy. Alright, now we're into the bridesmaids photos, very pretty. Selectively brighten a little bit, and I think we're done. We could maybe dial back the contrast, it's gone a little out of control. I think that looks okay, except for the fact that all of their faces are too dark, so we'll do one more round of brightening. Somewhere around there. Before, after. Is that too far? Maybe, I don't know. This is really fun. Yeah, this is one of those weddings that you get home from and you're like, oh, I wish every wedding could be like this. Just fun people, good time. So easy in the sense that it was just, really beautiful and creative and an awesome place to shoot. And then there's those weddings where, you're in a high school gym. Nothing wrong with that, but it's certainly a lot harder to be creatively inspired in those situations. I get it. And when you're starting out, that's most of the time the places you wind up because those are the people whose budgets are booking you rather than a more expensive photographer. And then you have to work extra hard to get your stuff to look amazing because you're in a harder to shoot place. I feel you. That's why shooting for free can be so amazing. A lot of people are like, you should never shoot for free. I disagree. I feel like I already said that. If I did, my bad. It's been a while. I've been editing here for several hours, talking to myself, and coherent sense is a thing of the past. Okay, so these are almost the same photo. So rather than do a whole bunch of stuff. I'm just going to... Actually, you know what? I'm going to roll with that. That's fine. That's perfectly acceptable. It looks natural. Colors are nice. I was going to say I was going to put it in black and white, but I think that's all right. I'm going to zoom in here a little. I love that. So nice. Now, I do want to enhance these petals if I can. We're just going to try adding some texture, and that's going to pull them out. You see how here's before and after. That's great. And we're going to do one more just to darken down the forest. But what I'm going to try, I don't know if it's going to work, but what I'm going to try is raising the highlights and lowering everything else. So highlights, theoretically, is going to affect the petals more because they're backlit. And then if I lower the exposure overall, we're just going to really isolate those petals. So here's with the highlights down and up. To kind of find a middle ground there. Here's before and here's after. It's not making a big difference, but it is making those petals pop a little bit. Bring my contrast down just a tad, just a smidge, and we're good. Now I'm going to copy all of that because I think this photo is almost identical. Good. This one is great. A little fuzzy. That's okay. And then we have Le Garçons. Compared to the girls, far less pretty to look at. Just kidding. Okay, we're just going to fix that hotspot on Steven. And I think that's honestly pretty good. We could try and darken down the forest behind them, but that's enough. Okay, pretty much the same photo. I don't even know why this second one's in there. I'm going to get rid of it, honestly. This one is different, so we'll edit it. Okay. You know what's the best? Disneyland. I know. Where'd that come from? Well, you think about Jurassic Park, then you think about Indiana Jones, which reminds you of the Indiana Jones ride in Disneyland. So if you've been there, leave a comment below. But there's just something so special about going somewhere that is so geared towards just creativity and creating an atmosphere. And I think that's the coolest part about doing something like photography is you have the chance to create that same magic for people wherever they are. As incredibly cheeseball as that sounds. That's me. Okay, now it works. Now Josh was out of focus in that photo, but I don't really mind that too much. I'm going to try and correct the skin a little bit. Now it probably is just an issue of exposure. If I get the exposure right, the skin will start to look better. Somewhere around there. Our background, once again, would be nice if we could darken that down. Just a smidge. Before, after. It's the little things. Good. Austin over here is a little bit too bright, a little bit too dark. My bad. I was thinking about making him bright. I said what I was thinking. Nice. Correct this hotspot, and I think that's all that is required. Now, if you are taking photos of individuals, like the two guys, make sure they're consistent. Do a portrait of each, or a landscape of each. Don't do one of both. One of both. You know what I mean. Those dresses, man. It's amazing how much pinkage they just bring to the forest. Somewhere around there is about right. Could be better, could be worse. We're going to stick with that. Yeah, that's one thing that has massively changed in my style is I used to use the 7200 all the time. I don't know if I took this or Levi took this, but I used to always use it, is my point. However, now, just over time, 90% of the day, I am shooting on a 35mm. Unless it's the ceremony and I really can't get up close, I would so much rather just use my feet to zoom. I find that the effect is just, it looks less, how do I describe it? Well, you don't get the depth compression that you get with a long lens, and a long lens makes it feel like there was a photographer there to me, like it was a professional photographer. Whereas when you have a 35mm, it just feels a lot more like a natural, this is a real moment, you're in it with them, rather than viewing it from a distance like a wildlife photographer from 2 miles away. And that feeling comes through in the actual photo when you look at it. What do you think? Agree? Disagree? I'd love to hear your comments. What lens do you use the most? Mine is hands down the 35mm, and I've got the Sigma Art because I simply am honestly too cheap to pay for the expensive Canon one. Good lenses are worth paying for, but sometimes the difference between a $3,000 lens and a $1,000 lens is really not that much. My motto is pay for good. You don't need the best most of the time. However, sometimes that comes back to bite you too. You try and save some money, you wind up just having to edit way more because the colors in your images are weird, or because you missed focus, because the Sigma Art, at least on my Canon for a while, well, still I guess if I had that lens I sold it, but it was always missing focus. Like 1 in 10 shots just wouldn't be in focus. And that doesn't sound like a big deal until you're actually doing this and you're taking photos of the family or of the ceremony, and if you miss the kiss, because that's the 1 in 10 it happened to be out of focus, well, shoot. Right? So that's something to watch out for with the Sigma lenses. I don't know if they've changed and fixed that across the board, but definitely you don't want to mess around when it comes to live events and not capturing it because you had cheap gear. Amazing what a difference that makes here versus here. Everything looks better. And I'm going to brighten up their faces. And that should be good. Nice wedding party shot. That's great. I don't think we need to do much of anything there. Now, when it comes to photo shoots, another thing I didn't actually tell you about, if I'm doing a large group shot, or just any shot pretty much all day long, I'm going to do my very best to always have the sun behind them. That's just going to give me more even light on them, especially in the middle of the afternoon if I can get the sun in behind them, find a dark background, and then you actually get them to stand just so that the sun is hitting the top of their head, so you get this backlight. In this case, I wish I hadn't, because now we've got way blown out spots. There's too much sun on the back of their head. But if the sun is low enough in the sky that you can get a little bit of a rim outlining them and separating them from the background, that can make a big difference. So, Ryan's rules for photo shoot. Find a dark background and face them away from the sun. Okay, I don't even remember why I zoomed in here. I was going to try and fix this, so I wanted to see what I was working with. When I discovered, oh, this looks really weird and warped. So, okay, Lightroom, you are just so slow right now. So I just painted on those trees because they looked too dark to my eye. I'm going to go to the lens corrections, turn that off, because apparently lens corrections are garbage. Going to compensate for that vignette manually. That's much better. This is essentially the same situation. So we'll just rinse and repeat. Brighten it up a little. Turn these garbage profile corrections off. Manually account for the vignette. Nope. Not one of those. One of these. And I think we're golden. Also, if it's bright and sunny, you're always better off underexposing by, say, half a stop. So if you're shooting in AV mode, which is what I normally shoot through during the day, just set your exposure compensation to half a stop below or even 3/4 of a stop below. And then in Lightroom, you can just automatically go ahead and add 0.5 exposure to all the photos by default. And then you're not going to have so much of an issue with blown out highlights, stuff like that. Okay, is she in focus? She looks kind of fuzzy. Nobody looks super sharp. That is something going on here that I don't like. Oh well. We'll add some sharpening to everything. Just add a little more on this one. Good. Okay. So this photo, candid moment. Don't need to worry about photogenic perfection, but I do want to just brighten up the guys here because they seem to be darker than everybody else. We could even grab a radial filter, put it over the girls, turn everything off, except for contrast down and highlights down. And a little bit of exposure, so here's before, here's after. We're just recovering a little bit of that. Good. Okay, same sort of situation. Let's grab our highlights, take them down. Grab our contrast, take that down a little bit. Grab our exposure, take that down. Maybe even a little more. Can't decide, can't decide. Somewhere around there. And we're going to do our darken the forest magic trick. Good. I like. Simple, basic, looks good. Okay, this photo is just, I hate it and everything that it represents, so we're going to get rid of that. I'm very much over that. Okay. Radial filter, I'm going to brighten them like so. Take the highlights down just to work on those hot spots. Exposure up a little bit. Contrast down, highlights down. Somewhere around there-ish looks pretty good. Let's zoom in, and yeah, I think we're good. We got the exact same photo pretty much, so let's just copy these settings here once I get my crop right. Something like that. Copy. Pasty. Same kind of thing on this one. Just move my radial filter further down. And grab my exposure, take that up. That works. So, we literally just lined them up on the road here and said, okay, we each want you to look at your partner's eyes and just stare lovingly into it. And everybody burst out laughing because Austin here is with his sister. Steven, I think, looked at this girl, Jenny, looked at Josh. I don't know. It was just a mess. And sometimes that's good. It was a beautiful mess that made everybody laugh. Or maybe it was just a do your best fake laugh. That normally works too. The irony is the fake laugh request produces real laughs. Okay, so Jenny's eyes are closed. We already have a bunch of these laughing photos, and I don't really like the vibe of this, so we're going to get rid of it. Moving on. This one's kind of cool. Kind of not, but kind of cool. Take our contrast up. I'm going to worry about the forest first. Get that sort of where I want it. So we've got really weird lighting going on where this part very bright, this part very dark. So I'm going to try and just brighten up, smooth out and even out the lighting across said forest. Okay. Now I'm going to go overall on the entire forest once I darken down this area. It also looks too warm, so I'm going to cool this part down. Same with these couple of sections. Okay, so far before, after. Now we're going to just brush on the road and include our couple in there. That'll brighten them a bit. Lastly, just overall, bring the contrast down specifically where they are, and the highlights down where they are, and the shadows up a little bit. Something like that. Now dial back the contrast overall on the whole image because, whew, too much contrast. And somewhere around there is better than we were, at least. Before or after. So maybe still pushing it too far. Probably our lens corrections are doing monstrous things. I don't know which I like more. I feel like the lens corrections aren't helping, so we're just going to get rid of them. And stick with this. Lastly, this couple over here seem to be a little bit dark along with this part of the image, so I'm going to brighten that very slightly. Okay. I don't love it. I don't hate it. It just kind of is what it is, so I think around there is where I want to keep it. Is this one of those, wow, amazing photos? Probably not, but that's okay. If it were, I'd spend more time trying to get it perfect, but I don't really see that potential in it, to be honest. Man, the difference between the first time I edited this one and the last time. Last time I was like this. It was literally... Okay, it wasn't that bad, but it felt like that when I looked through those photos and was embarrassed. I said, what was I thinking? What a fool. Fool of a toque. Okay, this... where do I start? We've got such harsh lighting going on. It's going to be very hard to get this to look good, period. Right? So let's brighten up the couple so we can darken down the forest. And let's maybe grab our HSL. You can try messing around with things like lowering the greens a little bit, taking the saturation down in the greens. And then I'm going to add a little bit of contrast to the forest. Contrast up. And maybe take a little bit of the clarity out, just so it's not quite so like in your face, full of texture everywhere. Your eyes know where to look a little bit better. And that's about where I'm going to stick. Still looks natural. Doesn't look a lot different from when we started, but I think there's some improvement there. That's the main thing. Good. We've got so many of these type of photos. I am not super stressed about any one of them just because there's so many, but let's just try and do something nice. That works. That's really cute. I think that's fine just as it is. That's super cute. Now, background, maybe even a little bit too dark compared to just this section of their faces, which is very bright. So what I'm going to do, instead of brightening everything else, we'll just try recovering that area and darkening it down a little bit. Then we can brighten... Oops. Then we can brighten everything. Maybe. Before, after. We could also do black and white. I feel like black and white might be even more cute, so... Yeah, let's roll with it. I like that. This photo is great. Okay, I'm not a big fan of the greens going on in the background, so let's see what we can do here. We can try adjusting our hue. You can take it that way, but be careful. You do that too much, it just starts to look totally unrealistic and ridiculous. You can desaturate them. That's another option. But be aware, the more you push this, the less natural it's going to look. So let's add some saturation back in. Maybe add it in the greens, but get rid of it in the yellows. Yellow is mostly the place where your nastiest greens tend to live. If you're having issues with them, that's where you check first. I think that's okay. That works for me. We're going to copy that for later in case I need to adjust. Love it. There might be a speck on here somewhere. Nope. Looks good. Now just a little bit of brightness on here. Here. Good. Now, the couple photos. Here we go. Where to start? Well, let's start with brightening this area up around them. Your eye is going to want to look at the brightest part of the image, so let's make sure that's them. I'm going to actually go back here, start from scratch. Okay, issues. Number one, we've just blown out the crap of these bushes. So I'm going to paint on all of them. And really, you got to think about it. Before you start doing stylistic stuff, just try and even out the lighting. Get the lighting right. Don't even worry about the colors sometimes. So all of these super way too bright areas, I'm going to go in and just paint on them. Okay, that's much better. I'm going to take the highlights down on that area as well. Here's before, and here's after. So we're already making progress, right? Now that I've got that kind of dialed in, let's try messing around with the colors a little bit and with the rest of the image. So we can take our contrast up. That'll give us some more pop, maybe. Nope, not in this case. Too much dynamic range, and it looks ridiculous. So instead, I'm going to paint again on this foreground. Going to darken it down even a little bit further because we're still not looking great. And I'm going to just take some of the clarity and texture sharpness down, just so that your eye is drawn to it even less. Maybe even darken it a little more. Whatever I can get away with, I want to do, because it's way too dark. So, before, after. That's what we've got so far. Now our lens corrections are going crazy, so let's just turn that nonsense off. Good. Little by little, we're getting there, right? Next step, paint on the couple. We're going to lower the contrast. Whites we're not going to raise too much. Somewhere around that looks okay, but they're also looking green compared to the rest of the image. Green and too blue, so we're going to try and adjust that very slightly. Okay. So what we've got still looks like a hot mess to me, but I think in comparison to what it was, we're getting closer. Now let's mess around with some other stuff. Let's get our white balance where we want it. Probably that is about the closest we're going to get it. We can maybe take this down a little bit. Yes, heck yes, way better. So sometimes Lightroom sees all this green in the photo and it says, oh, you need to add a bunch of magenta to cancel that out. And it winds up making it just look sickly and weird, right? So sometimes Lightroom gets it wrong and you just need to adjust, and that'll add more green back into this foliage, and that's the reason your greens look so weird. Now we can go into our saturation and our luminance. We can try desaturating the yellows and see how now, bam, the couple just pops right out of the screen. And we can also grab the luminance of the yellows, bring that maybe a little bit down, not too far. You don't want to take any of this stuff too far, because the more you push it, the less natural it's going to look. We can try taking the greens, mess around with them, and just see what combinations we can come up with. I'm thinking around there feels good. So here's before, and here's after. Pretty massive difference. I am feeling like Stephen and Jenny are still a little bit too contrasty. So I'm going to take the contrast on them down. I'm going to take the shadows up maybe a little bit. Whites down. We want them to pop out of the image, but not too much. One last thing. Grab our radial filter like that. Just very slightly make that area a little bit brighter than the rest. Okay, we're getting close. A little contrast. Never hurt nobody. A lot certainly does. I think around there. Bam! Before, after. Be amazed. Is this the best edit in the world? No. Could you do a million more things to it? Yes. What would I do? Well, certainly if I were going to spend a lot more time, I would go through and do the same thing on the trees, because they're just looking too dark now. So I would go ahead, brush in on the trees. Stuff like this is really just going to make that little bit of extra difference. Especially if you're not like me and doing this super quick. If you do it actually... Geez, Lightroom is struggling. Struggling AF. Point being, just balance out, even out the lighting, and it'll make a big difference in your end product. Like this side over here still looks too dark. Call that a day. I think you get the point. The one thing I am still noticing is Stephen and Jenny look way too bright. So we're going to pull them back a little. Okay, copy that because I don't want to have to do that again. Paste. Since we're sort of in the same situation, it's going to give us the ballpark at least. Press O to see our mask. Yeah, that's reasonably accurate. I think we can just live with that. The roots of these trees, if you're wondering why they look so black, it's actually because there was a fire that came through here. So that's not just weird shadows, it's actually... they were black, and now we're just going to kind of try and correct that to make it look a little more normal. Good. Works for me. Again, you always want to err on the side of caution, so I'm going to take the contrast of the whole photo down a little. It'll make it look slightly more natural and less like, oh, this was edited. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Paste that again. That actually looks not half bad, considering our adjustment layers are all over the place. I'm going to leave it. Why mess with a good thing? Well, I knew our luck would come to an end sometime. This one, for whatever reason, white balance is probably just out, so we'll adjust that. Somewhere around there. I'm going to reset all of these adjustment brushes because they're now ridiculous. Grab our exposure and get it kind of ballpark for them. And you can see that for whatever reason, the actual forest itself is way too dark, which is the opposite problem that we had before. So contrast down, whites up, even take the exposure up a little bit, kind of to get it in the ballpark. Take our overall exposure down, somewhere around there. Oh, this one might be a little bit of a struggle simply because our couple is right in the middle of the sun. Also, they're out of focus. So now that I just noticed that, I'm definitely not going to invest too much time here. Let's make it black and white. Do one of these guys. Oh, hello, I forgot about you. With our brooding darken. Honestly, oh, I hate that. I'm not digging it. Not digging it at all. So we'll just stick with that and move on. I like our other forest photos a lot better. So let's actually remove this one. In my head, it felt like it was going to be amazing. In my reality, that did not happen. Okay, same thing again here. Go through. Literally just by darkening down the greenery. Sometimes that's all it takes to get your greens right. Get your greens right. Sounds like a vegan rapper song. Okay. Don't want to take that too far, but hopefully you're seeing the point here. If you want to, go into the HSL, grab our saturation, take her down a little bit, luminance, down a little bit. Before, after, everything is awesome. Now, something is going on here where this part of the image is too bright. I might have just done a really bad job masking this. but I'm going to add one more. A little mask to darken it. Okay, I can dig it. Maybe brighten Jenny up a little. Okay. This is almost exactly the same photo, so I'm going to grab this, copy, and now that I've swung back and forth, I'm seeing how ridiculously overdone this effect is. So let's just dial that one back. Three, two, one. Come on. Good job, Lightroom. You got there. Okay, so I think I did way too sloppy of a job with the mask. You can actually see that this part of the image is being brightened up. So we'll just fix that. That's a little better. Is it perfect? No. Is it good? I think it's okay. One last one. Let's just brighten up these trees, because I think that'll really make it feel good, make the image pop. So, contrast down, whites up. Here's without, here's with, and then we'll dial it back. But this whole area up in here actually looks too dark. Okay, that's better. Before, after. Same situation, only I'm going to restart with a fresh lot of adjustment brushes. We'll copy everything except for that. And honestly, I'm kind of digging it. I don't think this is going to need much. I'm going to leave it. Same. Only we're going to brighten up the trees because they're just plain too dark. And I think I'm going to add some saturation back to the greens. It looks like it's just a little too far. That feels a little bit better. Okay, so we already got a bunch of photos with the wedding party. I personally don't think this looks good at all. At the time I did. I don't even know what the thought was. Hey, let's put everybody into a bush and that'll look good, Ryan. You show them. Oh well, bush photos it is. Okay, this very cheesy, very prom pose, but oh well. Maybe that'll come back in style one day. It's one of those, I remember very distinctly, we got to about this point in the shoot and I was like, okay, what else do we do? I ran out of ideas. Nowadays, that's one thing that has changed. Instead of doing like more traditional poses, I'm mostly doing let's get you interacting. So hug each other, kiss each other, go for a walk, go for a run, stare at each other and run down the beach without being able to look where you're going, spin each other around. You know, just various activities like that. One of my favorites, grab your partner, pull them close, whisper in their ear in your sexiest voice the name of your favorite vegetable. And most of the time when somebody's just whispering rutabaga in your ear ever so sexily, you get some pretty good reactions. Okay. Again, I'm not a huge fan of this situation going on, but we're just sort of working with what we got. We could try messing with the greens a little here, but you're not going to be able to make it. It's already neon green. I feel like we've come a long way. Any further and it's going to look like we pushed it so far. It's not even funny. Like even that, too far for the situation. Let's cool it down a little bit. Darken it to make it feel more romantic. This is another example of Lightroom maybe going too far with the white balance. Now we've got the worst, most harsh lighting situation in the world, which I don't think anything is going to help. But we're going to try. We are going to try. So what I'm going to do is take the shadows way up, right? White's way down, black's way up, highlights way down. Go to our tone curve. And this is where having presets that don't use the tone curve in them is nice, because I can just add whatever I want. So I'll do a tone curve like that. Grab this and start pulling things back. And you wind up with the same hot mess you started with, kind of. So you put it in black and white. And it still looks bad, and you say, nope, I have enough awesome photos, I don't need these. Move on with your life. That is my advice for the day. Okay, that looks pretty good, once the exposure's right. One of the reasons RAW is so awesome. Can you imagine if everything was JPEG and then you just were stuck? That was it. Okay, looks good. Same deal. Okay, I just need to say something for the crowd. Whatever you set here as your default before you start brushing is always going to show up when you brush new layers. That's going to be your default settings. So for the last 15, 20 photos, maybe more, I have been resetting it every time and going contrast down, whites up. Whereas I could have just done that at the beginning. And now you'll see, if I make another adjustment brush here, those settings are saved by default, so I don't have to do that every time. That's all. That's all I wanted to share. This is the photo shoot that just keeps going. I remember it was very long. We had a lot of time, hence why I ran out of ideas. Okay, that's nice. I'm just going to brighten up her face a little bit. And these trees look weirdly dark. How weird is it when you're actually photoshopping, brushing up trees to make them brighter? And while we're at it, let's go one step further and let's make the ground darker. Before, after. In the magic of Lightroom. Maybe I could have a TV show and that's what it'd be called. The magic of Lightroom. Do a tree, just a little tree, a happy tree. And if you've never watched Bob Ross, that joke was lost on you. If you're wondering what settings I'm pasting, I'm still pasting the settings we copied earlier when we were messing around with those first forest photos. And they seem to look pretty good. Before, after, I think we've made the greens a lot better. So it all comes down to darkening them and desaturating them, but not too much. Just the right amount. Okay, this looks pretty good except for hotspot here. We're just going to see if we can pull that back a little bit. And then because your eye is naturally drawn to the brightest part of the photo, we'll brighten them up. And I think we're good. Before, after. Same thing. Brighten them up, lower the overall exposure, and I think we're good. Once more, same deal. Helps when you invert it the right way around. Good stuff. And the bright areas of the forest I'm going to darken down. This is the best man and another one of the groomsmen, or maybe they were both best men. I don't know. Putting away the kayak, the canoe. Looks great. Yeah, we had so much time. We're like, let's do more group photos. So we did. And that's my whole story. So again, I'm just painting and brightening up the dark areas of the photo. And that's that. That might be a little bit too far. Let's see. You know what? No, I think that's fine. But we could crop it in a little bit. This is like a pioneer photo. Stephen looks very regal. And I think at this point, we were pretty much done our photo shoot. Oh, no, we were still walking. This is the photo shoot that lasted days. Now, I am going to crop up further because I feel like it's weird when you just crop at their ankles. Either crop halfway up the leg, halfway up the thigh. Don't crop right at the knee or right at the ankle because then it's like, okay, well, does he not have any feet? Just looks weird. Personal opinion. Works for me. We can maybe darken this down a little bit. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to leave the crop a little bit off from where I would normally have it, simply because I don't want to crop out their hands holding. I think that's really sweet. How much better are the colors here? Just because it was later in the day, I think it was deeper in the shade, so the lighting is just that much better. That's my theory for why it's all of a sudden just working so much nicer. Okay, this looks good. We'll just darken it down. Somewhere around there. Take our contrast up because I want to get the grass looking really nice. And then I'm going to do one of these bad boys right here to brighten them up. Bring the contrast way the heck down. And the highlights down. Shadows up. Okay. Somewhere around there. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Before, after. And there's a weird speck here that I would be remiss if I did not remove. Okay, that works for me. We're going to copy this, because I think we have a few photos that are more or less the same. Gonna add some saturation back to the greens because they just look kind of weird. And I think that's why. That is exceptionally pretty. I love this. I love this shot a lot. So I'm going to spend a couple more seconds here. I am going to brighten up these trees because they look a little dead. This grass right here that's in the shade is too dark. So again, 90% of this is literally just dodging and burning. That's what's brightening and darkening different areas. Just leveling out the light. Shaping it. And then if we zoom in on him and her, the whole photo looks maybe a little bit cold. So we're going to just make it slightly warmer, slightly more magenta. Maybe a little bit more contrast. Yeah, too much. Try the exposure both ways just to see how that affects things. I'm thinking around there looks pretty good. And then we could either try taking the saturation down in the yellows or taking it up till we find our sweet spot. Probably there, and our blues are just feeling a little off, so I'm going to take them up. So if you look at the mountain, that's more of a mountain blue, whereas before it was kind of more of a weird, would never happen in real life blue. Okay, and that, my friends, is that. A couple more walk-in shots, and I think we're good. One of the other things that I have sort of come to learn is I have a tendency to overexpose stuff. Like for instance, this photo back here. My gut wants to say make that photo around here. But in reality, you make it a little bit darker, and it actually is going to just feel a lot better. And if you still feel like their faces are too dark, then we just do one of those very, very subtly. Okay, so anyways, this photo, something about it is really weird. I don't know why, but I'm thinking black and white because we kind of have several of these already. Let's just see what's going on. That's better. I think our adjustment brush was just messing things up. Not bad, but it feels cold. There's something about it that doesn't feel right. So let's try a couple other options here. I don't know. Something. Let's compare. A lot warmer, a lot richer, a lot more magenta. Copy that over. And that's a mess. So we're just going to stick with it somewhere around here. Maybe on my second pass I will figure out what's going on. Okay, that's pretty. Just a little bit more contrast, I think. And then slightly brighten them up in the shadow areas. Good. Before, after. And since I think that's good, let's dial it back a bit. We've got this really weird smudge at the top corner. I'll get rid of that too. Looks good. Just a little blue. And Steven's face seems a little warm, so I'll do one of those. Good. That's feeling okay. Before, after. And it was also hella crooked. So, crooked. Very crooked is what I meant to say. Now this, taken with a wide angle, really blown out sky. I hate everything about it. We could just use this as an opportunity to show you the transform tool. And I'm going to go with vertical just to get rid of that weird distortion. We're going to put in constrain crop. Here's before, here's after. Took it a little bit too far, so let's extend it back out. Before, after. Is it my favorite image? No. Is it usable now? You be the judge. I think it's okay. In this moment, it's pretty cool, so we'll keep that. Then we got a couple of these where the sky is very, very blown out. Good. I'm actually going to just put a little brush on his beard. Go down here to add texture. Oh yeah, textured beard. Okay, this looks good. Part of me wants to make it a little bit warmer, but it's also because the lake itself is just blue, so I think I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to fight those colors that are naturally there. Easiest way to check, of course, would be just to hit before. And see that, yeah, it was already blue. If I wanted to, I could go to the HSL, make the color a little bit less tealy aqua. Okay, I feel like we already have this photo, so I'm going to just put one in black and white. Good. A little bit cooler. Maybe not. But we will grab our yellow saturation, take that down. Luminance maybe, take that down. I don't know. Not super loving this, not really vibing it. I think it's because the light is pretty harsh overall. So I'm going to do black and white. No, I'm not. Don't like that. Here's kind of the same thing, only this time not overexposed, so the colors are a lot better, and the lighting is not so harsh, so let's get rid of this one. Moving on, moving on. Okay, this is lovely. Maybe just a little bit. Let's see. Probably darken it down, so we get more contrast between the background and our subjects here, and then we're just going to paint on Jenny and Steven, just to brighten that up. Before, after. So we've just separated her from the background. Same thing. Brighten up, darken everything. Swell. More of the same. Okay, so that obviously is very obvious. We're going to dial. It obviously is very obvious. So we'll dial that back. Before, after. One of them. And that's why I don't try to get too precise, because when I do, it normally winds up just being way too obvious, because I've Not nailed it. Beauty. I love this one. I'm digging it. Before, after. So once you get in a rhythm and your presets are right and you're in a situation like this, honestly, it is so much faster to do everything because you're not spending a gazillion hours on each photo. It's just as simple as, okay, we're going to brighten this, darken down the overall exposure, done, etc. Same. And it really doesn't take that long, and it makes a massive difference. Just a quick brush. Okay, this one, that obviously is not going to work. It's too obvious, showing up like it was really brushed, so we're just going to probably leave it around there. And again. Every time I think I'm at the end of this photo shoot, it just keeps going. Okay, now there's a hot spot on her face. And by that I mean it's just brighter than everywhere else, so we're going to darken it very slightly. Good. Lovely. Let's just do a radial filter. Oh, that's right. We went to one more spot. Okay, warm that up very slightly. That's good. Okay, different options. We could leave this very au naturel, which is probably what we'll do. Just brighten it very slightly, not that much. Kind of like that. Before, after. Good. I'm going to copy that and sync it across, hopefully save a little time. Looks good. Looks good. But might be actually too far, so we're going to just dial it back even more. This in focus. Yeah, reasonably. Lightroom is struggling. That's how you know your workflow's working for you. If you're waiting on your computer rather than your computer waiting on you, I guess that's an encouraging sign for editing efficiency. Kind of frustrating, but take it as a compliment from your computer. Okay, this looks really warped, which is making me suspect that the lens correction is doing some things. Yep. So turn that on with just manual vignetting. Good. Before, after. Beauty. That's awesome. What a cool spot, huh? So you can see if you just do the contrast down and whites up, just more subtle adjustments, you can get away with very quick edits because you don't have to be super accurate, right? It's not taking out the brush and really carefully brushing everything. You just grab a really quick radial mask, adjust your white balance a little bit, and that looks pretty good. The presets make a big difference, of course. But even if you're not using presets and you're just making some of your own, right? That's the real point of a preset. It's not necessarily about having somebody else's magic secret sauce to work with. It's just the fact that when you're using a preset, you can take something you spent a lot of time doing and figuring out how to get just this look, save it for yourself later, and speed up your workflow. And for me, I'm a simple guy. I find that just the least number of presets and the kind of more natural I can make them, that seems to be the best for my wedding and portrait workflow. It means that the photos aren't going to be dated as quickly. They generally work better across all sorts of different situations, weather environment, lenses, camera types. Okay, now we've got a kind of blown out sky. I'm just going to grab my exposure, bring it down. Just make sure that nothing is actually blown out. And it looks like we didn't really clip anything, which is great. That means I can, if I want, paint up on this sky, all up in there. Go to Illuminance Mask, set the range to just the very top, and hopefully recover those highlights and add some blue to the sky just by taking that temperature down. You'll see. Do it like that. Maybe even add some contrast back in. Don't want to overdo it, but I think that's fine. Here's before, here's after. Still looks reasonably natural. Meh. Pretty okay. This part's still kind of dark. Love this. I think Steven is maybe a little bit soft here, so we're just going to paint on his face. Yeah, a little bit of texture. So is Jenny, actually. So let's do the same thing. A little bit of texture, a little bit of sharpness. Good. What an amazing difference, hey? If you go normal exposure, just darken it down, it just feels so much more punchy. But all I did was lower the exposure. So there's a tip for you. Sometimes it's not about adding contrast, it's just about getting your exposure, your white balance set right, and all the colors just sort of fix themselves. So I'm intentionally blowing out the sky there just so it's not distracting. I'm going to fix the blue of this mountain because it looks just too aquamarine weird. Make it more of this color blue. Good. Crop it in a little bit. Maybe a little more. Somewhere around there. Feels good. Before, after. Oh, and we're getting some weird warping again from our lens corrections. So I guess the moral of the story is probably just turn this off by default and only turn it on if you need it, because more often than not, it seems to be messing with us, doesn't it? Okay, same thing. Brightening them up. Try and wash out the sky. And because the sky is just white, we can crop way in here. We don't need to keep that sky in the frame. It's not really adding anything to our image. Good. Now that's something you never hear somebody talk about, but I wonder if anyone would be interested in this. Offering re-edits to your wedding couples a few years down the road. like the style changes, you reach out to the couple and say, hey, do you want me to do just a modern edit of your wedding? And you charge them whatever, $800 or something. That might be kind of an interesting avenue, especially with there being less weddings all of a sudden. Okay, that looks pretty good. Maybe a little warmer. Nice. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead, and for the rest of these photos, we're going to just shut off lens corrections because over and over again they seem to be sucky. We're going to add a little bit of vignette compensation and sync. Where are we here? Lens corrections. Bam. Okay, we've got some weird purplishness going on. That is an actual word, purplishness. So we can take the saturation out of the purples probably and the magentas. Yep, magenta. That's the culprit. And we can take the magenta and just make it much brighter. So here's without that and with. And then let's also see what color this red. Brighten the reds up a little bit too. Okay, now that, going back and forth, definitely looks like we're over editing it a little bit, so we're going to dial that back. But I'm also going to sync that across because I think since we're going to have a lot of table shots, this is going to be a consistent problem, so I'm just going to select my color adjustments and sync that as well. The more you can do in bulk, so that you're only having to go through and adjust the exposure and white balance individually and not everything every time, the better your workflow is going to be. Just going to brighten that part of the image because it's darker than the rest. Move on with our lives. That looks good. Again, I'm going for clean and kind of natural, so this doesn't need a whole lot. So if you're wondering why the greens are wrong, or just feeling weird, check your white balance, because Lightroom got this wrong again. Here's where it was. Wait for it. Yeah, there's where it was. And a little adjustment. Cleans everything up. It all feels better. I might have gone a little too far, though. Let's just find the middle. And this is kind of weird, so while we're at it, I'd be a lot faster at this point if my laptop was not circa 2015. It is struggle city right now. Okay, this is looking sort of weird, and we already kind of got a table shot. I'm not going to keep this blank one because we already got one with the wedding party in there, and I personally think that was a better one. Another thing just to be aware of is when you're editing your photos, keep in mind for vendors like hairstylists, makeup artists, florists, the designer and the planner, They want to have, beautiful images, but they also really want to have images that reflect their work naturally. They don't want super over-edited contrast colors or super way pushed too far, or not even too far, just stylistically. Because if you're changing colors and things don't look the way that they naturally set them up, that's not helpful for them to post on their own websites. So just bear that in mind. Try and keep things natural, and you're going to be further ahead. All right, this is a travesty. Come on, Ryan. Get your life together. We're just waiting so long for Lightroom to do anything. Hello? Okay, something like that. I sense the finish line. It's close. So you can see there's some lens dust or some dust on a sensor that we're just going to want to fix and get rid of. Water in the background, not the right color. So let's just grab our hue, adjust it like that, much better. Little things like that, that's where over time you just get a better sense of what color things should naturally be. I still struggle and make mistakes on this all the time, but I feel like I'm improving slowly. Okay, we need to take our highlights and crank them way the heck down. That's better. Again, we're going to do the same thing. I'm thinking we might want to go ahead and actually sync that across. We'll see. You can see what a monstrous difference that just having the right background makes. And by that I mean really having nice decor, nice background, nice ambience makes all the difference in the way that you are able to manipulate the photo for editing. Like if in camera, when you were there in person, it wasn't looking stylish, you're going to have a hard time creating a stylish looking edit. I hope that makes some semblance of sense. So we're just brightening up the guests so everybody pops a little bit more. And that's that. Come on. Now in hindsight, I really wish that Ryan of the past had just shot a little bit wider so that we weren't right up against the frame with our speaker here. It's kind of weird and awkward feeling. Oh well, you live and learn. Okay, with this one, big radial filter. reset, contrast down, highlights all the way down, and exposure way down. That'll get us started. Here's before, here's after. Okay. Next step, graduated filter. Same kind of process. Contrast down, highlights down. Drag it right out there. Good. Okay, this one just feels weird. There's something about the color that's off, so I'm going to try messing around with the white balance, the exposure, highlights down. Certainly we've got a very, very unflattering lighting situation going on. We're going to try raising our vibrance maybe a little bit. It's a combination of everything. It's the lens choice, which I don't like. It gives the image a weird feeling. It's the exposure. It's the lighting going on in this situation. So I'm not going to try and fight it too hard. Is what it is. That's kind of the character of that particular lens. Alright, that's beautiful. A little bit of sensor dust, get rid of that. Somewhere around there, he's got a hot spot on his head, and so does Jenny, so we'll take care of those. And that should be good. Okay, this we can just copy straight across. Looks good to me. Okay, this part of the image, much darker than the rest, so we're just going to even it out with this radial filter. And also bring the white balance down a little bit and the pink magenta down a little bit. Before, after. So now we've evened it out, we can darken everything, and it feels much better. This part of the image, if we wanted, we could warm up a little bit. It looks like it's too cold by comparison. Okay, that works for me. Okay, we kind of did this edit already, so hopefully there's not much we have to do once we paste those settings in there. Something around there. Lovely. Oh, some sensor dust hiding on there. And the cake. Let's save those highlights. Hello, cake. Respond. Okay, this is just sort of a weird photo. There's nothing going on. And their skin looks kind of red, so let's start with the red fixing. I cropped it to get rid of the fact that there's just an empty table in behind them. I can't remember if we took this photo at the end. Maybe that's why it's empty. Who knows? I think that's enough cake pictures though. We got oodles. And you know what? That one, let's do black and white, because we're all blown out and clipped in the back, so that works. Good. We've got so many cake pictures. I could do this in black and white too, maybe. Sure. You know what? It was nice in color. My general rule is, if it looks good in color, you leave it in color. Nice classic cake feed. The old cake feed. Feed each other cake, because this is a normal thing to do and take pictures of. And oh so flattering. They should have a TV show called Cake Feed. And you just have to partner, and each level you have to shove a larger cake into the person's mouth. What do you think? Good idea? Bad idea? Let me know in the comments. I'm going a little crazy at this point. But it's okay. If you're still editing with me at this point, we're friends. I can say these kind of things. There's no judgment here. It's a judgment-free zone. Say whatever you want in the comments below. I won't judge. Okay, so after that super accurate masking, I don't know. Everything about this is just weird. There's only so many photos of people eating cake you can watch before you just feel uncomfortable. Kind of. Is that just me? Also, like, what is this? This is not even a good photo, but yeah, I'm making a call. We're removing that. Don't know why that made it past my first round of culling, but good. Yeah, it's good enough for me. Move on with our lives. Okay, that is a cute photo. Might be good in black and white too, but we'll leave it color for now. Do one of these. Hello. Rotate. Very cool. Yeah, that feels good. Everything about this is pretty good. I just hate the sky. I hate it when a sky is partially blown out. It's kind of funny because the more dynamic range you get in the camera, it sometimes seems to make it worse, because it used to be that it was just blown out. Now it's like it's only partially blown out, so instead of getting this sort of airy look, you just get messy nastiness. Alright, one of those. And dial this back just a little bit. Brighten it up. Highlights down. Somewhere around there feels alright. Good. That looks nice. Kind of as is. Again, pretty good. We could brighten that very slightly, maybe. White balance is all over the map on this one. Okay, we're going to have to brighten up Stephen and Jenny. A swing. Darken everything else down. Before, after, good. Now you can see that this particular Mark III, look at that purple cast that it has. It's craziness. Okay, this one. Got a really blown out sky. So our options are black and white, or color and crop in. I'm kind of feeling let's just go with black and white. And then this one, we'll see if we can do something. So what I'm thinking here is we'll just do a color range mask. Color. Go for that blue sky. Perfect. And we're just going to blow it out like that. That'll get rid of that weird kind of banding going on. Adjust our white balance. Something like that should be good. You know what? I'm actually going to copy and paste that right on here. like so, and still make this one black and white. But at least we got rid of that weird line at the top. We are very close, people. Just got a couple of party shots now. Alright, this pole sticking up in the middle of this guy's head, kind of distracting. I might see if I can get rid of it. Sometimes you get lucky. There you go. Much better. Before, after. Goodbye, pole. Not much to say here. Just kind of going through, adjusting where it needs adjusting. I've kind of got my settings figured out, and the scene itself isn't really changing, and so it's as simple kind of at this point of one at a time working our way through these photos. Okay, this looks a little too saturated to me, so let's back off on the contrast. Darken things down a bit. Much better, much more natural. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just clean up the highlights on her face. Again, that's why I don't really like the 7200. It can be cool for getting this kind of stuff, but really, this tight, the photo just isn't flattering. It does some weird stuff to faces that just I don't really like that much. It's because of the depth compression. So the longer the lens, the more everything starts to get flattened out. So it brings the horizon closer towards you. And so what that does to a face is that the nose looks closer to the back of the head, and so it kind of flattens everything. Your nose looks flatter, your face looks wider. Look it up on YouTube. There's lots of examples of lens focal length comparisons. Okay, that's it. We're through 465 photos, and we are done like dinner. I hope this was helpful for you. Of course, normally what I would do now is I'd go through really quick in my library module. Let me just talk you through it. Hello. And double click on one of these to open up Loop View. So I'm not in Develop module, I'm just in the Loop View, which lets me go through these photos really quickly. So really quick, I'll just go through, and if there's one that I see, oh, something isn't right there, that doesn't look natural, that needs an adjustment, then I'll just pause, go to the Develop module for that photo. So let's say this one, his skin looks a little blue. So I hit D. I can go in here, paint on all three of these faces. Just add a little bit of warmth to them and correct that. Now we go back into our loop view. And I keep going until I see something else that needs adjusting. And I'll just do one pass just like this to double check that I got everything where I want it. And after that, it's as simple as exporting. So let me show you the export process, just so you have the entire amount of what I do. Nowadays, I used to do a separate export for web and blog, which was 800 pixels in width, Facebook, which was 2048, and Instagram at the time used to be 1080 was the best, and prints I would do like 80%. So I have some export presets. However, nowadays, because I'm using PixieSet, which is an online file sharing gallery that takes care of all of that for me, I will just export it full res, and that's it. So I'll call this Steve and Jenny Exports. We're not going to rename them because I actually want that original file name in there. That way if they come back to me and say, hey, can you get this photo and make this adjustment, I know exactly what file it is. If I were to rename this Steve and Jenny 1, Stephen and Jenny 2, that kind of thing, I'd have to go through and see which photo Steve and Jenny 521 actually is, and it just takes a long time. It's way easier this way. And after that, I'm literally just not resizing. Quality, we do 100, and export. It's as simple as that. Once that goes through, I upload all of the photos onto PixieSet. I'll leave a link in the description below with my PixieSet URL. I think you can get a discount from that. Oh, I have no internet. Hello, turn that on. And once it's on, with any luck, it will load. My internet is abysmally slow right now. And it normally does not look like that. So let's try once more. Here we go. And it just gives you these really nice galleries. So let me show you one, from this recent wedding. So the client gets the gallery, you choose whatever photo comes up here, and then all of the photos are organized in a nice gallery for them. And you can organize them into different parts of the day. And after that, they can actually order prints directly from Pixieset. So I've set this up. There's free shipping on orders over 150 to incentivize them to buy some prints. And the nice part is I don't have to touch this. Pixieset takes care of all of that, and the shipping company and the print company. I don't have to deal with any of it. This is just some free money. Occasionally people will actually order, and a portion of this I get to keep, which is really nice. And yeah, as I said, if you're a client and you're going to download these files, you can actually select what size file you want to download, and Pixieset will give you a Facebook optimized or a full res or whatever it is you're using it for. So that's how Pixieset works. That's how I deliver my photos to clients. And that's my entire workflow in a nutshell. Now, obviously, this wasn't the fastest wedding in the world to edit. It did take a few hours, but that's because I took my time. I made sure I did a good job and showed you kind of every step of lighting in a less than ideal situation the entire way through, right? We had this really hard light going on. We had a lot of weird white balance issues with the trees and the grass and all that good stuff. It just took time to figure out and to work through together. So I hope this was helpful. If it was, do me a big favor. Can you hit that like button if you haven't yet? Make sure to leave a comment if you haven't yet. Really helps me out. And if you're interested in these presets, of course, there'll be a link in the description below. All right. I hope that this was helpful. I will see you in the next video. Until then, create something awesome. Peace.